This is your guide to the 4 pillars of destiny. Preface. During my school days, learning BaZi on my own was a difficult, daunting, and nearly impossible task. There were no books on BaZi in English, and no formal classes on the subject. Chinese books available on the subject were often mainly classical texts, which required the assistance of masters to interpret and understand them. These Chinese books, after all, had been written by masters for masters. Advancing my own knowledge in BaZi required undertaking studies with masters in Hong Kong. Today, as a master trainer and consultant teaching BaZi in various English-speaking countries, I find the challenge that I faced remains for those with an interest in BaZi when it comes to reading in reference materials. My students often ask if I can refer them to an English text that could be helpful in their BaZi studies, or help them understand BaZi better. Much of the motivation behind writing this book was to afford individuals from all walks of life, both English and Chinese educated, the opportunity to learn more about BaZi. You see, those who can read and write Chinese are not necessarily more advantaged than those who can read and write only English, where BaZi studies are concerned. This is because often the text or books available are written in an archaic language. I hope this book will be able to remove some of the barriers and obstacles that people in the past have encountered in seeking to learn more about BaZi. I was further spurred on to write this book by the tremendous success of my BaZi Beginners DVD, which had been an instant bestseller since it hit the market. This convinced me of the need for a good, informative beginner's text on the subject. Writing this beginner's book has been a great challenge. I knew the text had to be practical, but at the same time not too technical, entertaining, and yet informative. I am confident that readers will find this book helpful, practical, and easy to digest, as I have taken great pains to ensure that this book satisfied the standards I have set for myself. I have also viewed the writing of this book as an opportunity to establish a benchmark for the respect that the practice of BaZi rightfully deserves. In recent years, feng shui has been over-commercialized to the extent that today it suffers an image problem. A once respectable ancient science has become the stuff of hoo-ha and superstition. A misinformed public is not the way forward for any field of study. Accordingly, I feel it is important to write this book to help put people on the right footing about BaZi and to prevent needless commercialization of the subject. One of the early challenges I faced when pioneering the teaching of BaZi to Westerners was the accurate translation of key BaZi terminology from Chinese to English. The challenge was to translate the terms without losing any of the original Chinese essence. As BaZi terminology is very much couched in a pictorial language, the selection of the correct English words required much consideration. I therefore had to coin several English terms for BaZi references. Over the years that I have been teaching BaZi, these terms have grown to become almost a language of its own, which all my students use when they talk about BaZi. You will be introduced to these terms, or BaZi language as I like to call it, throughout this and future books. I hope they will be helpful in your journey towards understanding BaZi and your destiny code. BaZi, pronounced Bat-ji in Cantonese and BaZi in Mandarin, means 8 characters. These 8 characters are translated from our birth information, year, month, day, and hour, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or BaZi, and each pair is known as a pillar, hence the name, 4 Pillars of Destiny, as it is sometimes known. Through just these 8 characters, the potential, the mysteries, the ups and downs of life are revealed to us in full technicolor. BaZi, after all, is a pictorial art. By decoding a person's BaZi, we can unlock and reveal everything there is to know about a person's life and destiny. I chose the title The Destiny's Code because I felt it encapsulates the essence of what BaZi is all about. To a layperson, these 8 characters have no meaning, but to those who have the key, it holds vast and tremendous insights. Just as a person's DNA holds the key to the scientific makeup and the secrets of the human body, so does a person's BaZi hold the key to his or her destiny and the secrets of what is in store for him or her in this life. I hope the title The Destiny Code also conveys to my readers a sense of BaZi being a Chinese science, a technology, not in the sense of computers and gadgets, but in the context of the application of a science that helps guide us and improve our lives. Destiny awaits beyond this page. From the author, Joey Yap. Chapter 1. What is destiny all about? First, destiny. Second, luck. Third, feng shui. A Chinese saying. Most people are aware that feng shui is extensively used by business tycoons, largely in Asia, to enhance their wealth. But few people know of the presence of masters who work behind the scenes for some of Asia's most powerful and wealthy tycoons, advising on everything from suitable businesses to acquire, where and what positions to place key managerial staff, stock market investments to make, the best time to sign contracts, logo designs, and even accurate, almost prescient, economic forecasts. Like the emperors of ancient times, who had imperial astronomers at their disposal to select dates for warfare or peace treaties, today's tycoon emperors have in their employ in-house BaZi and feng shui masters, tasked with everything from date selection of official openings to selecting suitable CEOs to manage individual businesses in their empire. It is not enough that a person be capable and qualified. He or she must also have the luck that ensures he or she will be able to execute a plan. Even the seemingly early retirement of certain tycoons, superstars, or politicians from public life is often planned and deliberate, based on advice from their in-house BaZi masters. The work of feng shui is often obvious and seen by all, but BaZi is often unseen and hidden, an invisible hand working behind the scenes. For many Asian tycoons, when it comes to business, nothing is left to chance. Then it is certainly not left to luck or destiny. Feng shui and BaZi are used synergistically, as they should be. Feng shui is the prescription. BaZi is the diagnosis. The public has yet to understand this synergy between BaZi and feng shui. In May 2003, a journalist in Kuala Lumpur interviewed me during the launch of my new feng shui video course, the Zhuan Kong 10-day video coaching program. The journalist in question had an opportunity to review my 10-day video coaching program prior to the interview. The opening salvo of his interview was a formidable question indeed. If feng shui was so easy, then everybody should be rich. But who said feng shui is only about wealth creation? If feng shui could create millionaires or billionaires, as so many think, then it must be the world's most amazing get-rich scheme ever, and all feng shui masters in the world should be billionaires. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Have you had a look at Forbes magazine lately? It's not a feng shui master who is at the top of the Forbes wealthiest individuals list. So, what can feng shui do for a person? Feng shui only helps hasten and magnify what a person's capacity in life is. If a person's capacity is extensive, then feng shui can help yield greater effects. If his capacity is limited, then there's little scope as to what feng shui can change for this person. A person's capacity in life is what we term destiny in Chinese metaphysics. Every person is born with certain capacity in life, a life path. This capacity governs his or her potential, outcomes, and achievements in life. When an individual's capacity is properly analyzed and understood, then it is possible to assist him or her appropriately, This assistance can either be advice through BaZi on how to act and when to act, or through feng shui on how to enhance his or her ability to fulfill his or her potential to its limits, or to avoid perils and downfalls in life. Destiny can be analogized to a map of one's life. This map is unchanging and static. The destinations upon it are already fixed at the time of a person's birth. Destiny is a guideline to your personal limits in life. We often hear the phrase, "the sky's the limit," which suggests that with effort, determination, positive thinking, and a dash of luck, a person can achieve anything he or she wants. In Chinese metaphysics, a person's destiny is essentially his limit. It's how far you can go and what you can expect to achieve in life. Feng shui cannot change a person's destiny. Yet destiny is controlled by the actions and inactions of an individual. Now you might be wondering, how can my actions influence my destiny, and yet my destiny be fixed at the same time? Let's just say today, a person was born with the destiny to be the next Bill Gates. This individual will not find he becomes Bill Gates by simply sitting around and twiddling his thumbs. But yet, even actions or inactions have their limits. Truly, if it was possible to motivate or positively will oneself into great wealth or achievement, we would see motivational coaches and life coaches jostling with feng shui masters for the #1 position on the Forbes list of richest people in the world. But in both cases, this is not so. How many Bill Gates are there? 1. How many Warren Buffetts? 1. How many Richard Bransons? 1. And the reason for this is destiny. But a person's life is not just about destiny. Destiny cannot change, but fortunes can. The term fortunes is synonymous with the term luck in BaZi. Fortunes are dynamic and ever-changing, and can be analogized to paths upon the map of your life. Fortunes or luck cycles refer to the quality of the roads in this map of life. Thus, when fortunes are favorable, the destination is reached more quickly and more efficiently, and the path is smooth. When fortunes are unfavorable, then the path to a destination is fraught with challenges and obstacles, even failure to reach the destination. Hence, the Chinese often talk of destiny and fortunes. Ming-The. Issues of destiny. Men at some times are masters of their fates. William Shakespeare. In the course of my experiences as a master trainer teaching Chinese astrology, I have often found that destiny is something that people have lots of hang-ups about. Many people believe that their lives are 100% within their control, and that individuals have the ability, if they so wish, to achieve anything in this lifetime. Yet, one must acknowledge that there are few areas of human experiences that are entirely untouched by the question of destiny. Whether you are religious or an atheist, there will always be a point, a moment, when one realizes there are greater forces at work in our lives, and that things sometimes happen that are beyond our control. The Chinese say, "That which you are not meant to have, you can never have." Your destiny sets out broadly what in this lifetime you will be able to have, and what you will not be able to have. Destiny does not mean that you cease to be in control of your own life. Destiny does not mean that you cannot, through effort, hard work, persistence, and industriousness, achieve or improve things in life. The study of destiny is about knowing what is within your control and ability, and what is not. The fated problem. I find that when the subject of destiny comes up, it becomes inexplicably associated with fate, and the concept of a person being fated to do or not do something. Understandably and rightly so, there is a great deal of resistance to the concept of fate in the modern society that we live in today. Destiny is not fate. It is not about what is written in stone, what events are certain to occur or not occur. Rather, it is about questions of capacity, which are in turn linked to affinity, yuan in Chinese. It is about making the right decisions or not taking certain actions that will assist you in achieving or avoiding certain outcomes. Limitations. What limitations? Many people ask, what is the point in trying to or making an effort to do anything if everything is predestined? Equally, many people today believe that with changes in society such as the removal of class-based systems and concepts like meritocracy, equality, and equal access to education, anyone who makes enough of an effort and tries hard enough can achieve all that he or she wishes to achieve. We live in a society today where it is considered not politically correct to label people limited or to tell people that they have limitations. Never mind that in large corporations, an entire department called Human Resources is devoted to finding out just what employees can and cannot do and to ensure they are equipped with the right skills. The question of capacity. And generally, nobody likes to be told that they're not capable of doing something. Now, I have to be a bit harsh here. Wake up and smell the coffee. Life is not always fair. The higher powers of this universe did not make every person equal. By equal, I mean not every person is destined to achieve greatness, to become president of the USA, or a multimillionaire. There is only one Bill Gates, only one Donald Trump, only one Warren Buffett. And destiny is the reason for this. Now, it's not all bad news. While the Chinese believe that life is predestined, they do not believe in a fatalistic outlook on life. Destiny is akin to the famous saying, "It's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play it." In the study of Chinese metaphysics, the ancient sages believed that the universe is made up of a triumvirate of heaven, earth, and man, known as the cosmic trinity. Each of the elements of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man, controls or exerts an influence equivalent to 33%. The path of our life and a certain degree of our fortunes are set out by heaven. The environment or feng shui magnifies our fortunes or luck. But man's own action or inaction is what makes an outcome swing one way or the other. Hence, a person with a limited capacity may have many achievements thanks to his hard work and positive thinking attitude, while a person with the capacity to do great things may squander his potential by choosing to sleep all day at home. Now, you may be wondering, if it's all predestined, what's the point in knowing? The truth is that it is good to know one's limits in life. The English have a saying, "You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." Think about it. Knowing the limits, knowing the no-goes, knowing what could never be achieved would save many people a lot of heartbreak, disappointment, unhappiness, and frustration. Surely life would be so much more pleasant and enjoyable without the pressure to achieve something that may well be impossible. Surely there would be more happy people in this world if people focused on the can-dos rather than getting upset over the can't-dos. There are many ways in which destiny can be viewed in a positive light. Knowing your limits is just one aspect of destiny. The other aspect of destiny is knowing your true abilities and hidden talents, understanding yourself better. An entire industry has been spawned in the last 20 years, aimed at helping people understand themselves better, make better use of their talents, discover their true inner selves. All this, and more, are revealed through the study of one's destiny. So what's not to know? We all believe we are special. We all believe we are unique. And we all believe that because we are special and unique, we are destined for something. The question is, what? Decoding your destiny code. Like most forms of astrology, Chinese astrology has 4 types of applications. 1. Personality analysis. Discovering a person's character, nature, behavior, and potential. 2. Destiny analysis. Investigating the life path or destiny of a person. A. Static chart. Investigating the potential of wealth, relationships, career, and health. B. Dynamic chart. Exploring the future through 10-year cycles, annual and monthly cycles. 3. Event analysis. Studying of a particular event that occurs or will occur at a place and time. 4. General analysis. Exploring the astrology of a country or city, economic and political cycles. There are 2 major systems of Chinese astrology which can be used to ascertain a person's destiny code. BaZi, the 8 characters or 4 pillars, and Ziwei, Dao Shu, purple star astrology. Both systems are equally potent and fascinating. Finding out what destiny has in store for you is a bit like finding out your DNA. First, you need to be able to find the code. Then you need to be able to read the code. Both these systems utilize distinct techniques to decode an individual's destiny code. BaZi's most useful feature is its use in helping us understand the personality traits, character, behavior, and potential of a person. It is also a technique for destiny analysis which is used to evaluate a person's life path. Generally, BaZi is relatively easier to learn than Ziwei Dao Shu because there are fewer star names to memorize. BaZi is a system that centers on the concept of balance between the elements, while Ziwei uses many stars to classify events, personalities, and outcomes. This is a book on BaZi, so I will keep this discussion brief. Ziwei will be covered in another book. BaZi Basics. A literal translation of the words BaZi means 8 characters. In the West, BaZi is sometimes known as 4 pillars of destiny. As these 8 characters are derived from 4 pairs of characters, BaZi is sometimes called Sizu, or 4 pillars. Now, BaZi is much more sophisticated and precise than the daily newspaper forecasts that are based on the 12 celestial animal signs. Do bear in mind that these Sunday horoscopes are mainly for entertainment purposes. It is not possible to generalize entire swaths of people born in dragon years as bold, fierce, and ambitious. Honestly, how many people are born in a dragon year? Can they all be bold, fierce, and ambitious? Probably not. By all means, read them and have a chuckle, but remember, they are not true examples of Chinese astrology or BaZi applications. BaZi is a complete system of astrology that consists of hundreds and thousands of possible combinations. It is a classical study, with texts that go as far back as the Tang Dynasty. Among the most notable texts on the subject are Di Tian Shui, Ziping Zhenguan, and Yuan Hai Ziping. Grandmaster Xu Ziping is credited as the founding father of the BaZi systems practiced today. Grandmaster Xu Ziping lived during the 5 Dynasty era, from AD 907 to 978. He revolutionized the BaZi system then and formulated the Ziping BaZi system that is widely practiced today by many renowned masters of the subject. BaZi translates our birth information, a person's year, month, day, and hour of birth, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters called Jiazi. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or BaZi. Each pair is also known as a pillar, hence the name 4 pillars. The 8 characters are made up of yin and yang variations of the 5 elements: wood, water, metal, fire, and earth. By analyzing the structure of a person's BaZi, which reveals compatibility, clashes, combinations, and the interplay between these 8 characters, we can determine with significant accuracy and great detail a person's character, nature, and life path. By decoding a person's BaZi, we can unveil his or her destiny code. An individual can make use of the information contained in his or her destiny code to accelerate performance at work, strengthen relationships with others, overcome weaknesses, maximize talents and potential, and make informed decisions based on forecasts of his or her upcoming cycle of luck. The basics of BaZi. The sky has its randomness in terms of weather, and a person's life has its fluctuation in terms of fortune. A Chinese saying. What are the origins of BaZi as a scientific study, and why do we need to know where BaZi originates from? It is important to understand the source of BaZi so that it can be viewed in its proper context, as a scientific study, and not as fortune-telling or some kind of religious or superstitious practice. Science, even in its modern high-technology form today, remains an accumulation of experiences and observations. Modern science and its discoveries are a result of observation and recording of the results from experiments. Meteorology, or the study of weather, is a good example of how seemingly random events can be developed into a science through observation. Accordingly, BaZi and Chinese metaphysical studies such as feng shui were developed in a similar fashion, through observation. In the case of BaZi, these observations were recorded in philosophical studies. The Chinese Five Arts. Legendary, mystical, and historical incidents were often used as a reference to study and formulate patterns of determining one's destiny in the early days. The legendary sage Fu Shi's early heaven Bagua, King Wen's later heaven theory, and Confucius's I Ching contained such developed and profound observations that during the Han Dynasty, these texts were commonly used by destiny analysts for decoding a person's destiny code. As early as the era of the Huangdi, Yellow Emperor, there were imperial astronomers responsible for observing the stars and heavens and advising the emperor on the well-being of the country and nation based on their observations. During those ancient times, imperial astronomers also served as strategists and advisors to the emperor, as they were supposed to be well-versed in the secrets of heaven and earth. By analyzing the stars and using the secrets of heaven and earth, the imperial astronomer advised the emperor on timing and opportunities for warfare and other important actions. The records these astrologers or strategists kept later became sources of reference for astrologers of the later dynasties in China. For example, the text River Map Low Book was studied and later reinvented into numerology and divination of early and later heaven. Ancient sages spent much time studying, researching, and understanding the meaning of life by observation of men's destiny. Through this, they were able to develop methodologies for forecasting a person's destiny, a subject known as destiny studies. In order to study a person's destiny, several methods of assessment are used. And this includes Chinese astrology systems like Purple Star Astrology and BaZi. To complement the destiny studies, and in order to predict the outcome of incidents and events, the sages developed the science of divination, or bushi. In modern terms, the science of divination can be akin to the mathematics of probability. By accumulating experiences and empirical data on the observations of physical appearances, such as the shape and appearances of the human body, facial features, lines on the palm, location of stars in the heavens, the study of physiognomy was developed. This field of study consists of the study of facial features and appearances, palms, grave sites, and residential sites. Xiang, fortune-telling through physiognomy, includes methods based on observation of appearance, physiognomy, symbolic imagery, and mathematical science of the Bagua, and time and space to determine our life or character and possible outcomes in life. In this category, we have techniques like face reading, palm reading, and feng shui. Feng Shui is equivalent to the fortune-telling of the house through observation of its appearance, direction, and location in the environment. By observing the human body and through theories of the I Ching, I Ching, and Bagua, the study of medicine was developed. This field includes the study of herbs and how they react to the human body, how meridians of qi flow in the anatomy, and how to harness the invisible forces in nature to vitalize oneself. Chinese medical studies are largely based on concepts of the I Ching, Bagua, 5 elements, and most of all, the yin and yang. Through investigation of men's emotional boundaries and energy patterns, the study of alchemy was established. This includes the study of magic, spells, rituals, exercises for prolonging life, and physical conditioning that enhances the quality of health. This study mainly converges on ways to maintain and develop personal physical and emotional health. The ancient Chinese termed these 5 types of studies as the 5 techniques or 5 arts, wushu. Today, we refer to them as Chinese metaphysics. Very loosely translated, these 5 arts are mountain, medical, fate, physiognomy, and divination. BaZi is part of the destiny studies category. The study of Ming, the study of life. The study of destiny, Ming-The, is focused on people and, it can be said, is about achieving a greater understanding of human beings. For in order to improve one's fortune, one must first understand all there is to know about the person. Forecasting a person's destiny is much like a weatherman using data collected from the environment to forecast the weather. Every person is affected by certain types of energies from the universe at the time of their birth. By tracking these energies in that person's life at that time of birth, and tracking the changes in the decades and years to come, we can forecast a possible pattern. A person's BaZi, which is derived from the date and time of birth, encapsulates all this information. Here's what we can ascertain with the information derived from a person's BaZi. Characteristics and talents. Family relationships with his or her parents and siblings. Life with his or her spouse. Children and their well-being. The ability to amass, accumulate, manage, and/or save wealth. Outcomes of certain actions and decisions in life. Physical conditions and common illnesses. Issues that are created by his or herself. Judgment and relationships with his community and friends. Relationship with superiors and subordinates. Working capabilities and career prospects. And opportunities to enjoy one's life. BaZi analysis is about using the information contained in the person's BaZi to unlock information on the person's inborn and potential talents. A person's BaZi, in essence, contains his or her destiny code. Many Asian businesses make use of BaZi to determine which senior managers should be placed in what positions at which time. This is to ensure that the person's capabilities are not just properly utilized, but that his or her luck is suitable and beneficial to the company's endeavors. This is a tremendously sophisticated form of management that is more than just basic human resource management. The human resource department may be able to tell a company what an individual is capable of, but it cannot tell if a person's personal life is likely to be affected in the next 6 to 12 months before a big merger deal. For example, by a divorce, the death of a family member, or illness. The HR department cannot tell if a person will be able to effectively deal with certain problems that a business is facing, or if a person will have difficulties with staff or legal difficulties when moved to a certain department. But a good professional BaZi master can. BaZi also has tremendous benefits when it comes to domestic affairs. Parents can set their children's education path according to their talents and potential, and pave a better foundation for them to maximize their true innate talent and gifts. Relationships between couples would be less stressful if parties had no reason to suspect their spouses based on their BaZi. Alternatively, difficult times or trying moments in a relationship can be more easily worked out if the parties understood the source of the conflict or tension. BaZi can help you make use of talents that you have or seek out opportunities which maximize your inherent abilities and avoid entering into a field which appears to be suitable, but in fact will not bring you any achievement or success. It is like planting the seeds in an area of the field that is already fertile, rather than attempting cultivation in an area that cannot yield anything. BaZi can also be used to forecast the general fortune of a person in 1 decade, big limits of 10 years, the yearly cycles, or the monthly cycles. Forecasting your luck cycles helps you understand what to expect in your life path. Knowing what's in store is a great advantage in life. If you like your destination, follow through and enjoy the journey. If you don't like it, go the other way. Often, BaZi is a tool largely associated with fortune telling. I think this is not an appropriate term to describe the capabilities of this art. BaZi helps you understand yourself, the external factors that influence you, and helps guide you in making better decisions and improving your life. BaZi is about possibilities, a better future, and better fortunes. That is why I don't think the term fortune telling does BaZi any justice. The art of BaZi has much more than meets the eye. A BaZi practitioner is like a life coach or counselor. Their role is to help you understand the path of your life and to guide you to a better living. By the time you finish this book, you will understand what I mean. Your destiny code is your BaZi. Now is the time to decode your destiny and improve your future. Chapter 2: The Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. In the introduction, I explained how BaZi enables extremely accurate forecasting of a person's destiny from only an individual's birth data, their year, month, day, and hour of birth. The reason why BaZi is sometimes called 4 pillars of destiny is because when viewed together, a person's BaZi data, or year, month, day, and hour of birth, generate 4 pairs of characters. These characters, one on top, one below, are read together as 1 pillar. Hence the term, 4 pillars. Like all of the Chinese 5 arts, the 5-element theory is an extremely important component of BaZi. A BaZi chart, which is plotted from the BaZi data, is essentially an expression of these 4 pieces of information in the form of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. A BaZi chart is a code, one which, when decoded, tells us what is the strength of the various elements at the time of a person's birth. As each of the elements represents a particular aspect of a person's life, such as wealth, career, or relationships, by examining the individual elements, a BaZi practitioner is able to ascertain the outcomes, the potential, and the events in a person's life. BaZi has many complex layers, much like an onion. I have simplified many of the ideas in order to make the subject more accessible and understandable for a beginner. However, as your understanding of BaZi grows, you will begin to see the many layers within a BaZi chart. Getting BaZi. A few thoughts on learning BaZi. In my experience as a master trainer, teaching BaZi to many students around the world of all cultural origins, descent, and nationalities, I have found that the most important thing that students must remember is to keep an open mind. It does require a measure of retooling your thinking processes, from how you look at the concept of destiny and luck, to whether you're a right brain or left brain person. You need a certain amount of logical deduction, alongside a measure of creativity, the ability to look at the micro situation as well as the big picture. Now, I realize this is a lot to think about, so just remember to focus on 2 things. Think pictorially, and always relate your thoughts back to the 5 elements and yin and yang. At the start, you can expect to only see very obvious or apparent information. Remember, BaZi is a bit like art appreciation. As your skill and understanding develops, so will your ability to see the picture in the BaZi with greater clarity. Let's get started. Understanding the BaZi chart. A BaZi chart is comprised of 4 pillars. Each pillar consists of 2 characters, one up top, one at the bottom. The top character is known as a heavenly stem, and the bottom character is known as the earthly branch. To avoid confusion, don't think stem or branch. Think heavenly, as in above, and earthly, as in below, to guide you as to which is what. A complete BaZi chart has 4 sets of characters, 4 heavenly stems, and 4 earthly branches. Here on your screen now is what a BaZi chart looks like. What does the BaZi practitioner look for in a BaZi chart? Remember the 5 elements and yin and yang? Like in the practice of feng shui, a BaZi chart should have balance. The qi must flow well and not be disrupted, and the chart should have a balance of all the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A good BaZi chart has harmony between the elements, while a bad chart is elementally imbalanced. If a chart is good, then the person will enjoy good fortune, and the bumps in life will just be bumps. If a chart is bad, then a person's fortune will not be smooth, and bumps in life will seem more like mountains. Learning BaZi begins with learning a few basic Chinese characters. Now, before you hit the panic button, I urge you to bear in mind this little fact. You only need to learn 22 characters in total. The Roman alphabet comprises of 26 characters. Most of us seem to have managed that without too much trouble. So let me assure you, learning the BaZi characters, all 22 of them, will not be difficult. Once you've learned the BaZi characters, you will already have begun to learn the language of BaZi. The next step after that is to plot your own BaZi chart using your own birth data. To do this, you'll convert your BaZi data into Chinese characters, comprising the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The BaZi language. The 10 heavenly stems. The heavenly stems are known as prevailing qi or surface qi. In the context of BaZi, the heavenly stems represent external perceptions of a person. In other words, what a person shows on the surface, in terms of character, personality, or outlook. The heavenly stems show characteristics, personality or outlook that everyone, friends, family, acquaintances, can see and perceive. Narrator's note. For those currently more familiar with Western astrology, this is similar to the role played by the ascendant or rising sign in our natal birth charts. For example, if a person's wealth element appears in the heavenly stems only, this denotes a person who likes people to know that he or she is wealthy. These people are likely to be ostentatious in showing off their wealth, so everyone knows that they have money. Whether they actually have that much wealth or not is another matter. By contrast, an individual with wealth elements that appear only on the earthly branch does not make his wealth readily apparent and will be modest with showing his wealth. He may, for example, keep a low profile, drive a simple Japanese car rather than a Mercedes, and not be readily known by many people to be wealthy. There are 10 heavenly stems, and they comprise of the yin and yang polarities of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Now, I realize that often people associate the concepts of yin and yang with weak and strong. While this is broadly correct, it is best at this point not to make judgments based on whether an element is yin or yang. Yes, there are concepts of weak and strong in BaZi, but they are not based on the polarity, but other factors which will be discussed later in this book. For now, just treat the stems as yin and yang versions of the 5 elements, and nothing more. Getting to know the 10 heavenly stems. A little pointer before we begin to learn more about the 10 heavenly stems. The study of BaZi is one that requires a little bit of imaginative capability and a little bit of logical deduction. It is a right brain and left brain study. You need to be able to picture a BaZi. You'll understand why in a minute. And see the elements in pictorial form. So as you go through this section, don't just focus on the text. Remember also to try and get a mental picture of the 10 heavenly stems as they are described to you. To help you along, I've included some pictures. Jiark represents Yang wood. Jiark wood should be visualized as a great big tree. Think California redwoods. Think teak trees. Think towering solid oaks. These trees are hard and unyielding. Yi represents yin wood. If Jiark wood is a great solid redwood tree, then Yi wood are the leaves, flowers, small bushes, twines, and vines and grass. It is flexible and malleable. Bing represents Yang fire and is the fire of the sun. It is bright, vibrant, warm, life-giving. Its function is to bring sunshine and brightness to the world. Ding fire is Yin fire and is the fire of the candle, a small flame, but illuminating in the darkness. Wu is Yang earth and represents large boulders, big rocks, or large stones. It is solid, heavy, and unmoving. Ji is Yin earth and represents soil, sand, or soft earth. It is fine and porous. Gung is Yang metal and represents raw iron or a large axe. It is hard, tough, and unfinished. Sin is Yin metal and represents fine jewelry, necklaces, and beautiful rings. It is shiny, sparkling, and glamorous. Rern is Yang water and represents the waters of the ocean, waters of the lake, or the powerful gushing waters of a river. Kuei is Yin water and represents water from rain clouds, mist, dew, or frost. Using the elements. Remember what we said about a pictorial approach? Okay, here's a sneak preview of how the 10 heavenly stems and their pictorial representations help us understand a person's character. A person who is the element of Kuei, Yin water, will be harder to pin down or is more elusive than a person who is Wu, Yang earth. Why? Because Kuei, Yin water, that of the rain clouds or mist, is always moving. By contrast, Wu, being a great big boulder, isn't going anywhere unless someone forcibly, and with great effort, moves it. We've all heard the saying about a rolling stone gathering no moss, but when was the last time you saw a boulder actually move on its own accord? Now, think about some of the other heavenly stems and their characteristics. These will give you a general picture about the inherent characteristics of a person's chart. To help you along the way, here are a few questions to get you thinking. Which of the two woods, Jiark wood or Yi wood, do you think is more stubborn? Is a Sin metal or a Gung metal person likely to be more showy and vain? If you haven't figured it out, don't worry. Keep thinking in pictures, asking yourself questions, and you'll figure it out soon enough. More BaZi language. The 12 earthly branches. When it comes to the 12 earthly branches, do not think about the conventional understanding that most people have about the Chinese zodiac. You know, the one that says dragons are fierce and ambitious, dogs are loyal, and snakes are sly. Not only are these stereotypes really unacceptable, they are also not relevant or even truthful. The 12 animal signs are layman terminology used to help us understand the chi of the 12 earthly branches. Never had they come up with personality traits all alone. How many people born in the same year as you have the same traits as you do? Probably not more than a handful. My point exactly. The use of the animals in the earthly branches is largely due to the fact that in the old days, when BaZi was developed, it was too difficult to explain the earthly branches to lay people, other than by using animals commonly found in the household. Furthermore, anyone who knows Chinese or Mandarin will realize that the Chinese characters and pronunciations for the words used to describe the earthly branches are not the actual words used to describe the animal. For example, rat in the Chinese language is shu, but in the earthly branches, rat is si. I think a better way of looking at the earthly branches is as codes for the yin and yang versions of the 5 elements. So remember, when you're thinking about the earthly branches, think of the animals as simply codes for the 5 elements and their yin and yang manifestations. Once again, don't let the yin or yang nature confuse you into thinking they refer to strength or weakness. Yin is yin, yang is yang. Don't peg any meanings to this at this point in time. Stems versus branches. 1 in branch is better than 3 in stem. Ancient Chinese BaZi saying. Now that you understand the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you might be wondering, which is better or which is stronger? Let's think pictorially again. This time, imagine the BaZi pillars as a tree with roots underneath and towering leaves above. Like an iceberg, a tree may appear small on the surface, but its roots may run deep into the earth or many miles around the tree. The earthly branches are like the roots of a tree. They are the foundation of the pillar. The branches are what the pillar sits on and relies on for its strength and to hold it up, just like the roots of a tree anchor it and keep it stable. Earthly branches carry the main chi. The heavenly stems simply show the chi on the surface that is usually weaker. Hence, it is often said in the ancient classic that 1 in branch is stronger than 3 on stem. Heavenly stems are obvious or prevailing chi, while earthly branches are less obvious but carry more strength, just like the roots of the tree give the tree its ability to stand upright. Later on, you will learn that the earthly branches play a more important part in BaZi analysis, because not only do they carry the force of time, but they represent the seasons and tell us about the strength of the elements. Also, a clash in the earthly branch is more severe than a clash in the heavenly stem. In BaZi, a pillar which comprises of 1 heavenly stem, 1 earthly branch, should be solid and steady, similar to a sturdy tree. We like the elements in the pillar to be harmonious with each other. Otherwise, the BaZi is not balanced, and the chi does not flow well between heaven and earth. A well-balanced chart is one that has harmonious flow of chi between heaven, stems, and earth, branches. These are usually charts belonging to people with superior fortunes. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Code of Heaven. To know what's in store for you at the time of your birth, you need to first learn how to plot your BaZi chart. Unfortunately, decoding the secrets of heaven from your destiny code is not as easy as flashing a wand, so we do have to do a little bit of work in order to get to substance that we're actually interested in. Now, obviously, we're at the age of technology with computers and the internet, that of course you don't have to learn to plot your own BaZi chart manually. My website, www.masteryacademy.com, has a BaZi Ming Pan calculator that does the job fine. But manual plotting has its advantages. Firstly, it is unlikely to be wrong. Secondly, it assists you in learning the BaZi destiny code language, notably the Chinese characters that are used in BaZi. Finally, all forms of astrology studies require their students to do chart plotting manually, be it Western or Vedic astrology. Every student must learn to plot charts by hand. So, let's get plotting. The 10,000 Year Calendar, an essential BaZi reference book. To plot your chart, you need to translate your Western or Gregorian date of birth into the Chinese or solar date of birth. The chief reference guide you will need to achieve this is the book called The 10,000 Year Calendar, also known as the Wanyan Li. The Chinese had a sophisticated calendaring system, so much so that they had 2 calendars. Most Chinese people know of the existence of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is used to determine the date of Chinese New Year, but running parallel to this lunar calendar is the Chinese solar calendar. It is this solar calendar that is used for many of the important calculations in feng shui and the 4 pillars of destiny, or BaZi. These 2 calendars merge into what is known as the farmer's calendar, or Nang Li. The lunar calendar, which is usually the reference point for important Chinese festivals such as Chinese New Year, the Winter Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, follows the cycle of the moon. The solar calendar is based on the 12 months and 4 seasons of the year. The lunar calendar varies yearly, has a leap month every 3 years, and the transit of the year, celebrated as Chinese New Year, changes each year. By contrast, the transit of the year in the solar calendar is like clockwork. February 4th of every year is the transition point into a new year. There are no leap months or missing months. A brief note about spring. There has been a lot of hoo-ha regarding Li Chun, literally meaning the coming of spring, or the lack of it in certain years. Some people say when a year has no Li Chun or coming of spring, the year is called a blind year, and that is likely to be difficult because there is no growth. They associate spring with growth, and with no coming of spring, there is no growth. Thus, many people unknowingly believe that getting married in a blind year is bad fortune. This misconception must be corrected. Li Chun is a term derived from the Chinese solar calendar and is used to describe the first month of the Chinese solar calendar. It does not refer to the first month of the Chinese lunar calendar. So, in fact, every year has a Li Chun or a coming of spring, because the solar calendar, unlike the lunar calendar, does not have missing months, and the start of every year in the solar calendar falls more or less on the same day, which is the 4th of February. There is no such concept in Chinese astrology as a bad year due to the absence of spring. Chinese feng shui and Chinese BaZi are based on the Chinese solar calendar. Since most people's date of birth today is recorded in the form of Western Gregorian dates, rather than the Chinese lunar calendar date, the 10,000 year calendar enables the plotting of a BaZi chart easily, since it shows the dates of the Chinese solar and lunar calendar, side by side, with their corresponding Western Gregorian dates. This is important particularly for BaZi, because it determines whether a person is born under the previous year's animal sign or the next year's animal sign. For example, if a person is born in the month of January of 2004, supposedly the year of the monkey, they are still considered to have been born in the year of the goat, 2003. To be considered as born in the year of the monkey, the person must have arrived in this world after February 4th, 2004. If you're concerned about how enormous or heavy this 10,000 year calendar is, take heart that it doesn't really have 10,000 years of dates. It's probably only got about 100 to 150 years of dates. The 10,000 year calendar is available in most Chinese bookstores. It is published by a variety of publishers, mostly in Chinese. However, those who have difficulty with the Chinese characters and numerals may want to get a bilingual version of the 10,000 year calendar. Check in major bookstores near you, or the online store in my Academy's website, www.masteryacademy.com, for details on getting your copy. A quick lesson on the 10,000 year calendar. Most 10,000 year calendars will have the year printed numerically, and the BaZi pillar for the year printed beneath it. Yes, every year has a year pillar. It is from this year pillar that astrologers derive information such as wood monkey year or metal rooster year. It is using this year pillar that many astrologers provide annual predictions on everything from the state of the economy to which industries will perform well in a given year. Plotting a BaZi chart. Okay, now that we have an understanding of the 10,000-year calendar, it's time to learn how to plot a BaZi chart. Each BaZi chart contains two aspects: a static BaZi chart, which comprises of the four pillars, and the dynamic aspect of the chart, which is the luck pillars. We'll start with the static chart first. To begin, you will need to have the relevant birth data to plot your BaZi chart. This would be your date of birth, year, month, and day, as well as your time of birth and gender. Here's the checklist. 1. Name. 2. Sex, male or female. 3. Date of birth, the day, the month, and the year. And 4. The exact time of birth. Fill in the Western Gregorian birth details. The following section will show you how to convert the data into the Chinese solar equivalent. Step 1. Preparation. Draw the diagram above. This will provide you with guidance when filling in the BaZi characters and ensure no mistakes are made. Each BaZi comprises of 4 pillars: a year pillar, month pillar, day pillar, and hour pillar. Using this diagram, fill in the birth data so that you can plot the chart sequentially and in a systematic manner. Write the month and numerical figures on top to help you remember the date you are plotting. Step 2. Check the year. In the Western Gregorian calendar, a new year is celebrated on the 1st of January of each year. The Chinese Shia calendar also has the same tradition of transiting each year at the same date, which is February 4th. Contrary to popular misconception, you do not use the Chinese New Year as the transition date for each year. That is because we do not use the Chinese lunar calendar for BaZi. We only use the Chinese solar calendar. So if a person is born on February 6th, 2004, he or she is definitely born in the year of the Jiark Shen, wood monkey. However, if he or she is born on February 3rd, 2004, then he or she is born in the year of the Kui Wei, water goat. Step 3. Identify the year pillar. Once you have ascertained the correct year of birth, copy down the year pillar in the year box of the diagram. Using our example of February 20th, 1967 at 4:30 p.m., this person's year pillar would be Ding Wei, or fire goat. So, write Ding Wei in the year pillar. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. The Chinese Shia calendar also has a monthly transition point. Although this date does vary, it does not vary significantly. Usually it is plus or minus a day. Use the table below as a rough guide, but always refer back to the actual 10,000-year calendar to be sure. It's well worth committing the information in this table to memory. Once you know the information by heart, you will be able to ascertain almost immediately what is the earthly branch of the month pillar. So, if it is a person born on October 23rd, you immediately know that this person is born in the month of the Shu, or dog. If a person is born on August 16th, you will immediately be able to tell that this person is born in the month of the Shen, monkey. At this point, you may be wondering, why the emphasis on the month branch? This is a good question, and once we move on to reading, analyzing, and decoding a chart, you will see why knowing the month branch at first glance is important. For the purposes of plotting a complete BaZi chart, you need the month pillar, of course. To get the complete month pillar, with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you will need to refer to the 10,000-year calendar. Going back to our example of the person born February 20th, 1967, to get the month pillar, first, turn to the page for the year 1967. If you are using my 10,000 year calendar, it is on page 260. Now, from our little quick monthly transition dates table above, we know that this person is born in the Tiger month. But what is in the heavenly stem of this month pillar? Look down the columns until you find February 20th. If you look at the top of the column, you will see the month pillar for that month. It is Run Yin. So then you would write the characters for Run Yin in the month pillar column. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Finding the day pillar is very easy. Just look up February 20th in the February month column. On the right-hand column is listed the BaZi for that day. You will find that February 20th is a day of Yi Mao. Yi is yin wood, while Mao is rabbit. So this is a day of the wood rabbit. Fill in Yi Mao into the day pillar of your diagram. The heavenly stem of the day pillar in every chart is known in BaZi terminology as the day master. In this case, the day master is Yi wood. Different charts will have different day masters. As you progress through this book, you will learn the significance of the day master. But for now, just learn to identify the day master. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. Next, to ascertain the hour pillar, you have to do a little bit of cross-referencing. The table below is known as the 5 rat-chasing day establishing hour table. This table is found on page 18 of my 10,000 year calendar. It is duplicated here for your easy reference. To ascertain the hour pillar of a BaZi, you will need to reference 2 pieces of information, the time of birth and the day master. Take note that the Chinese day has 12 hours only, so each hour comprises of 2 Western hours. So a person born at 7:30 a.m. and a person born at 8:30 a.m. both would be considered born in the hour of the Qin, or dragon. From our example of February 20th, 1967, 4:30 p.m., we can, using the table in page 53, ascertain that this person was born in the Shin, or monkey hour. So fill in the hour branch as Shin, or monkey hour. Now, ascertain the day master by looking at the day stem. In the case of our example, the day master is Yi. From the Shin hour, slide your finger vertically across the columns until you come to the pillar for Yi. You will find that the hour stem is Jiark, yang wood. Fill in Jiark into the stem of the hour pillar. This is the BaZi chart for someone born on February 20th, 1967, at 4:30 p.m. Practice makes perfect, so I'll run through a few more examples here to help you understand more about plotting the chart. Example 2, March 26th, 1956, at 9:30 a.m. Step 1. Draw the BaZi diagram below on a piece of paper. Step 2. Check for the correct animal year. Since this person is born well past February 4th, there is no problem with the year pillar. Step 3. Look up the year 1956 in the 10,000 year calendar. If you are using my 10,000 year calendar book, 1956 is on page 238. You will see that 1956 is the year of Bing Shin, the year of the fire monkey Shin. So, write Bing Shin in the year pillar of your diagram. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. Since this person was born March 26th, we know that they are born in the month of Mao, or rabbit. Now, check the month of March 1956 to determine what the heavenly stem of this rabbit month is. It is the month of Xing Mao, meadow rabbit. Fill in Xing Mao in the month pillar. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Now to find the day pillar, look up March 26th in the calendar and check the corresponding BaZi for the date. You will see that it is Rern Chin, or Water Dragon. Write Rern Chin in the day pillar. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. This person was born at 9:30 a.m., which, as we can see from the table above, is the Z, or snake hour. To find out the heavenly stem of the hour pillar, look at the Daymaster, which is the day pillar's heavenly stem. It is Yi. Now, run your finger vertically across the columns until you get to Rern. You will see it is Yi Z. Write Yi Z in your BaZi diagram. This is the BaZi chart for someone born on March 26th at 9:30 a.m. It is very important that you try to plot as many charts as possible manually using the 10,000-year calendar. Practice, after all, makes perfect, and although I've developed a computerized calculator on my website, the machine sometimes makes mistakes that a human would never make. So even if you do use the computerized program, remember to check it by plotting the chart manually. Finding the Daymaster. In BaZi, the heavenly stem found in the day pillar is the element that is known as your self element. In BaZi terminology, we call it the Daymaster. The Daymaster is of great significance. It is the point of reference for all your BaZi readings and analysis. In other words, without the Daymaster, it is not possible to read a person's BaZi. Conversely, an experienced BaZi practitioner can tell a lot about a person just by looking at his or her Daymaster. For example, in the above chart, the Daymaster is Rern, which is Yang water. We can say that this person belongs to the Yang water element, or that he is a Rern water person. This is a good point to start putting into practice the BaZi language you have learned in the last few chapters. Try not to say Yang water person. Refer to a person by their Daymaster. For example, Rern water, man or woman. If you are a guy and your Daymaster is a Bing, then address yourself as a Bing fireman. Or if you are a woman and your Daymaster is Sin metal, you are a Sin metal lady. Take a look at your own BaZi chart now and find out what is your Daymaster. Keeping things straight. If you are a student of Feng Shui, you may have heard about the personal gua or life gua or Ming gua. This gua is also represented by an element, such as fire or water. Remember that BaZi and Feng Shui are two independent subjects. Your BaZi Daymaster may not be the same as your life gua element. Feng Shui and BaZi, while interrelated, are systems used to analyze different things. Accordingly, it is best not to confuse the two. Remember, your life gua is your life gua and relates to your Feng Shui calculations and assessments. Your BaZi Daymaster's element is used as a reference point for destiny analysis. Do not attempt to merge the two studies. They are not interchangeable. Quick practice. Before you move on to the next chapter, find 5 sets of date of births, complete with time of birth, and manually plot out the BaZi charts. If you can do more, that's even better. The more charts you do, the more fun you're going to have in the next few chapters, especially in the chapters that cover BaZi analysis. Chapter 4. Have you got the luck? Destiny might be difficult to change, but luck can change. The last 3 chapters have been about introducing the concept of destiny to you, and also getting hands-on with BaZi by learning how to plot a BaZi chart. I know you may be impatient to get to the analysis bit, but there's just one more step before we start analyzing charts. Let's get back to the big picture for a minute here. I want to explain the concepts of destiny and luck. The reason is that in this chapter, we will be learning how to plot a person's luck cycle and luck pillars. But before we get to the calculations and interpretations, we need to know what all this luck business is about. Now, I realize that most people will be thinking, I know what luck means or is. Does it really need an explanation? Well, for most people, luck is something random, something chance-like, a kind of, if it happens, it happens, like winning the lottery. In the study of BaZi, luck does not have such a random value to it. Instead, luck is something that can be calculated and evaluated, beyond merely good or bad. BaZi enables us to know what kind of luck a person is going to go through, or is going through, and whether that luck is beneficial or not. 3 levels of luck. The cosmic trinity. The Chinese sages believed that in the universe, 3 kinds of luck enter into play in our lives: heaven luck, earth luck, and man luck. Heaven luck refers to what is God-given or bestowed by heaven. It is fixed at birth and cannot be controlled or changed by man. Heaven's will is what decides when we are born, where we are born, who is our family, what race we are, and what background and upbringing we will have. Sounds a bit like destiny, right? Absolutely. Heaven luck is, in essence, destiny. Earth luck is referenced to where a person lives and the feng shui of the place that he or she resides or works in. Like destiny, the playing field is not level either when it comes to qi, living force, distribution on the earth. Some parts of a city, state, or country are better than others, just as how sometimes slums and prime real estate can't be in the same postcode. Some areas have superior landform and mountains, producing wealthy individuals. Here's a clue. The Hollywood Hills have a lot to do with why Hollywood is the place for entertainment, movies, and superstars. Finally, there is man luck. This refers to choices that people make, their morals, their virtues, their beliefs, and life decisions. Man luck is what makes individuals strive to better themselves. It is what positive thinking and motivational coaching is all about. If a person has good man luck, they will strive hard to improve and advance themselves. By contrast, if their man luck is not so good, they are likely to be individuals who do not see the value in self-improvement or even reading the papers. These 3 forces are interrelated, and what we are essentially left with is a metaphysical chicken and egg scenario. Each of these types of luck do not operate in a vacuum. They are interdependent. I call this interplay of interrelated forces of the cosmic trinity. Let's get a bit philosophical. Understanding this interdependence, or the concept, is not difficult. I have found that most people have difficulty accepting the concept of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man. Allow me to illustrate how, in fact, the concept of the cosmic trinity is virtually infallible. Yes, this is one theory that has no flaw. Many people think that they can control their destiny by being highly motivated, controlling their vices, constantly improving themselves by reading books or attending life-changing self-improvement seminars. However, we must acknowledge that no amount of positive thinking, no amount of determination, drive, or willpower can turn a person into Bill Gates or Donald Trump. Your average how-to-get-rich life coach is at best a millionaire or a multimillionaire. Now, if all that was required to overcome an unfavorable destiny is the power of mind over destiny, as it were, many motivational gurus would be positive thinking themselves into billionairedom. Of course, wealth should not be the only measurement of success. There are many life or relationship coaches who also suffer from relationship problems, health, or family issues. It is a fact that there are things beyond human control that affect our lives. Who you are born to, where you were born, who your parents are, who your relatives and close friends are from early life. All these factors are not controlled by mere motivation or positive thinking. From this, we can obviously and logically rationalize that there is an X factor that makes a difference. That would be heaven luck. You can't achieve something which you're not destined to achieve, no matter how much you want it or work for it, or motivate yourself to achieve it. I also like to use the example of the Feng Shui master as an illustration of the cosmic trinity concept. Now, the Feng Shui master is supposed to know the secrets of heaven and earth. He is able to not only select the most suitable, most favorable location for his home or office, but he can also fix a less suitable location to optimize it for wealth creation. So how come there are hardly any billionaire Feng Shui masters? Again, it's heaven luck. They may have the heaven luck to be able to learn and practice Feng Shui well. They may have the skills to locate an excellent piece of land, but they may not have the money to buy that piece of land, or it may simply not be for sale at that particular point in time. There is no lack of man luck. No lack of earth luck either. The Feng Shui master naturally would have improved his own home or office to the maximum, but the missing piece in the puzzle is the heaven luck. It is not meant to be. There are factors that are beyond our man or earth luck's control. This is called heaven luck, your destiny. Do the right thing, at the right time, at the right place. Heaven, earth, man. Thus, when each of these three factors connect at their optimum points, that is when kings, emperors, and billionaires are made. The X factor, luck. There are instances of individuals born with an excellent destiny, which is to say a good BaZi chart, but who do not live up to their potential until late in life. Alternatively, promising individuals are cut down in the prime of their life, hit, as it were, by a serious spate of bad luck. It is said that sometimes all a person needs is a little luck. This could not be more true. Even in an optimum situation of highly favorable man luck, earth luck, and heaven luck, in other words, a person who exerts effort, has good feng shui, and is born to be great, will not succeed without luck. Consider these examples. Colonel Sanders of KFC fame did not truly become a household name until he was in his 60s. Abraham Lincoln failed 3 times to be president of the United States, died in office, but yet is often considered the greatest American president. JFK, John Lennon, and Bruce Lee are examples of individuals who probably had a superb destiny, but didn't have the luck to carry out what destiny had in store for them. The Chinese often talk of Ming-The, or destiny luck, to indicate that these two are in fact one. It's not enough to be destined to succeed. You need a bit of luck too to enjoy that success. Wriggle room in heaven. Destiny is not the be-all and end-all in the game of life. Each person's destiny may be set at birth, but there's still wiggle room, as it were. If heaven is not fair in not giving each and every person an equally stellar destiny, then heaven evens the odds by ensuring that no person has perpetual everlasting good luck or perpetual everlasting bad luck. A person's earth luck and man luck have a role to play in his or her life. But there is also the luck cycle, a dynamic changing factor that is drawn from the BaZi chart. You see, a person's BaZi chart, which is supposed to contain information about a person's destiny that is fixed and static, has a dynamic feature which is the luck cycle. So, a superior destiny chart that also has a good luck cycle enables a person to truly benefit and make use of what heaven has bestowed upon him. A person with a superior destiny chart, but a less ideal luck cycle, may find that he only enjoys luck later in life. Plotting the luck cycle. In Chapter 3 of this book, you would have plotted with the assistance of the 10,000-year calendar, your personal BaZi chart. Now remember that a BaZi chart only contains the static aspect of your BaZi. To unlock the dynamic aspect of your BaZi, To discover whether or not you have the luck, or when you will have the luck, you need to plot your luck cycle. To plot your luck cycle, you first need your BaZi chart. The dynamic aspect of the BaZi is always drawn from the static aspect. The order of luck. Before we start, you need to familiarize yourself with two very important concepts: the forward cycle and the reverse cycle. The forward cycle and reverse cycle refer to the sequential order of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in a person's luck cycle. Take a look at the diagram below. A few things to remember about the cycle of heavenly stems. A yang stem is always followed by a yin stem, and a yin stem followed by a yang stem. This is the case no matter which direction the cycle is in, be it forward or reverse. B. The cycle does not skip. For instance, Bing, yang fire, is always followed by Ding, yin fire, in a forward cycle, whilst Yi, yin wood, always follows Jiark, yang wood, if it is a reverse cycle. C. When you reach either end of the cycle just continues. Therefore, Kui, yin water, is followed by Jiark, yang wood, if it is a forward cycle, and Jiark, yang wood, is always followed by Kui, yin water, if it is a reverse cycle. Now, a few things that you need to remember about the cycle of earthly branches. A. The cycle does not skip. Only the direction of movement changes. In other words, Wei, goat, will always proceed to Wu, horse, if in a reverse cycle, or proceed to Shin, monkey, if in a forward cycle. It does not skip animals. B. When you reach either end of the cycle, that is, Hai, pig, or Si, rat, the cycle simply continues. In other words, if you are in a reverse cycle at Shi, rat, the next animal is Hai, pig. If you are in a forward cycle at Hai, pig, it goes to Shi, rat. Forward or reverse, finding out the luck cycle direction. Whether the luck cycle moves forward or reverse is determined by two factors. A. Gender of the individual, male or female, and B. Polarity of the birth year, yang or yin. To determine if a year is yin or yang, you simply look at the heavenly stem in the person's year pillar in his or her BaZi. If the heavenly stem is a yang element, it is a yang year. If it is a yin heavenly stem, then it is a yin year. For example, year 2004. By referring to the 10,000-year calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2004 is Jiark Shin. Jiark is a yang stem, so 2004 is a yang year. Or for 2005, when we refer to the calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2005 is Yi Yu. Yi is a yin stem, so 2005 is a yin year. A male born in a yang year is called a yang male. A female born in a yang year is called a yang female. Now, this has nothing to do with the sexual orientation of the person. We are simply describing the polarity of the person born in a certain year. The table below tells us when to use the reverse cycle and when to use the forward cycle. The forward cycle is yang male, yin females, and the reverse cycle applies to yin males and yang females. Accordingly, a person born in a yang year who is male will have a luck cycle that moves in a forward cycle. A person born in a yin year who is a male will have a luck cycle that moves in a reverse cycle. A female born in a yang year will have a reverse cycle, while a female born in a yin year will have a forward cycle. A forward or reverse luck cycle does not indicate good or bad luck. It is just the way the luck cycle is plotted. Nothing to do with the quality or type of luck the person would experience in his or her lifetime. Plotting the luck pillars. Once the direction of the luck cycle has been determined, we can now plot the luck pillars. What are luck pillars? Just like it is not possible to read a person's BaZi without the Daymaster, so it is not possible to gain a complete picture of a person's destiny without looking at his or her luck pillars. Luck pillars answer the two most important questions in BaZi: when and what. The luck pillars reveal when a person is going through what kind of luck. In life, it is not just a case of being able to take the right action, but being able to take the right action at the right time. If your BaZi chart tells you what you can and cannot do, then your luck pillars tell you when you should and should not take action, and what kind of action you should or should not take. Remember, nothing is permanently good, and nothing is permanently bad. If you have a good destiny, you need a good set of luck pillars to help bring out the best of your destiny. Similarly, if your destiny is not ideal, all you sometimes need is a run of good luck in your luck pillars to overcome your weak points and maybe even bring out the hidden potential of your BaZi. A good set of luck pillars can turn a bad destiny chart around completely, making fortune smile on you, while a good destiny chart can turn disastrous through untimely luck pillars. Your BaZi chart is akin to a ship that is given to you at the time of your birth, and your luck pillars are like the winds and tide. A good destiny is like having a good ship from the start. If the wind and tides travel the same direction as your navigation, your life is as smooth as silk. If the winds and tide are blowing against your ship, your travels will be bumpy, and at worst, stormy. In this respect, you could say luck pillars are like resources. When your resources are good and your destiny is good, things proceed smoothly and according to plan. With good resources, even the tough times don't seem so tough, and if things are not going that well, then a change of luck is all it takes to bring those resources back to fore again. The key reference point for plotting the luck pillars is the month pillar in the person's main BaZi chart. Now you will need to utilize what you have learned from the preceding pages on the forward and reverse cycles for the heavenly stems and earthly branches to plot the luck cycle. Example: a male born on May 14th, 1944 at 5:15 a.m. This is a male born in a Yang Wood year, so he is a Yang male. His luck cycle therefore moves forward. The reference point is the month pillar. This person's luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. The heavenly stem in the month pillar of his BaZi is G. Therefore, the heavenly stems for the luck cycle starts at Gung, the heavenly stem after G, and moves forward. After Gung is Sin, after Sin is Run, and so on. What about the earthly branches then? Remember this table? The earthly branch in the month pillar of his BaZi is She, snake. Therefore, the earthly branch of the luck cycle starts at Wu, horse, which is the animal after She, snake. Wu, horse, is followed by Wei, goat, and Wei, goat, is followed by Shin, monkey, and so on. Accordingly, this person's first luck pillar is Gung Wu. His second luck pillar is Sin Wei. Remember, the luck pillars are always plotted from right to left, and not from left to right. This is the standard universal BaZi chart plotting method, and should be adhered to at all times when plotting a BaZi chart. Never plot the BaZi luck pillars from left to right. Let's take a look at another example. A female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. From her year pillar, We can see that this lady was born in the year of yin metal, so she is a yin female. Her luck cycle will move in a forward cycle. The reference point starts at the month of birth. Another example. A male born March 11th, 1931 at 11:30 p.m. This is a male born in a yin metal year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. Reverse cycle means from Sin, the heavenly stem for the month of birth. The next in the cycle is Gung, and following Gung is Ji, and after Ji is Wu, and so forth, in the reverse order. In the earthly branches, after Mao, rabbit, will be Yin, tiger, and after Yin, tiger, will be Chou, ox, and so forth, in reverse order. This is the reverse cycle. One final example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a female born in a Yang Earth year, so she is a Yang female. Her luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. From the month pillar Yi Chao, the luck pillar will be plotted in reverse order. From Yi stem, the next stem in reverse order will be Jiark, and then followed by Kui, and then by Rern, and so forth. From the month of Chao, the luck pillar's month branches will be plotted in the reverse order. So the luck pillar branches will start with Shi, the rat, and then followed by Hai, pig, and then Su, dog, and so forth. Practice time. It is now time to plot your own BaZi chart and your luck pillars. If you have a spouse or a partner, do theirs too. Practice makes perfect. Then, proceed to the next step. Calculating the age limits. Now, the luck pillars, which tell us what kind of luck a person is undergoing, are not much use unless we know when the years are good and when they are less favorable. So, the final step in plotting the dynamic aspect of a BaZi chart is to calculate the age limit. The age limit marks of the blocks of luck pillars. Each luck pillar is a block of 10 years, but what we need to know is when that block of 10 years starts and ends, which is the age limit. Age limits vary from person to person. They can range from 0 to 10 for each block. The most important piece of information for calculating the age limit is the day of birth and whether the luck cycle is a forward or reverse cycle. Remember how you determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle? Again, the table for your reference. The forward cycle is Yang male, Yin female, and the reverse cycle is for Yin male and Yang female. Pictured once more on your screen for easy reference is a table for the monthly transition dates. You should always double check the monthly transition date using the 10,000 year calendar manually. Now, here's how we calculate the age limits. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. Exclude from your calculation the day of birth. Step 3. Divide the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. Let's look at a couple of examples so you can get an idea of how the calculation works. This is for a male born May 14th, 2004 at 5:14 a.m. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. This person is born on a wood monkey year. He is a Yang male. Accordingly, his luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. The number of days from May 15th and June 5th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle, is 22 days, counting from May 15th onwards. Step 3. Divide the number of days between their date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. 22 divided by 3 is 7.3. Round up 7.3 to the nearest number, which is 7. His age limit starts from the age of 7. He will enter his first luck pillar at 7 years old. His next luck pillar is 17, since luck pillars are in blocks of 10 years. Here's another example, but this time, a female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. Step 1. This is a woman born in a yin year, so she is a yin female, and her luck cycle is a forward cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days from August 15th until September 8th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle. The difference is 25 days. Step 3. 25 divided by 3 is 8.3. Rounded off to the nearest number is 8. Accordingly, her age limit starts with 8, and she enters her first luck pillar at 8 years old. And another example to make sure you understand. For a male born on March 11th, 1931, at 11:30 p.m. Step 1. He is born in a yin year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle is a reverse cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days between his date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date going backwards, which is March 6th. The difference is 5 days. We count backwards here because he follows a reverse cycle. Step 3. 5 divided by 3 is 1.6, which is rounded off to 2. So his age limit starts at 2, and he enters his first luck pillar at 2 years old. And another example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a yang female, so we need to follow the reverse cycle. Her date of birth is January 6th. The nearest transition date counting reverse or backwards is January 5th, which is only 1 day. Divide 1 by 3 to get 0.3. Her age limit starts at 0, and she enters her first luck pillar at age 0. BaZi shortcut. Watch the transition years. The luck pillars are a very quick and immediate way to check your BaZi. The luck pillars usually represent years of capital transformation or change in your life. Things look up, proceed more smoothly, hidden talents appear, and opportunities that weren't there before suddenly appear. Remember that the reference years in the luck pillars are your Chinese age. What is this Chinese age? The Chinese count the 9 months spent in the womb of the mother as 1 year, so everyone is born as 1 year old. Accordingly, a person's Chinese age is his or her Western age plus 1 year. Thus, if you are 42 by the Western calendar this year, you are considered 43 in the Chinese age. The big picture. This is a snapshot of a computer-generated BaZi from my calculator at www.masteryacademy.com. It is best if you practice manually plotting the charts before resorting to using this calculator. I have explained here each aspect of information that is derived from this calculator. The 10 gods will be examined as you progress to higher levels of BaZi. They are basically manifestations of the basic 5 factors that we will discuss in Chapter 7. Each 10 god is actually a star name and has nothing to do with the spiritual deities. They are just verbatim translations of special BaZi terms. Noble Man Star is not your secret helper. This star is derived based on your daymaster and indicates the presence of helpful people in your life. Why learn about luck and destiny? You have now learned how to plot a full BaZi chart, and in the chapters to follow, we'll be looking at how to analyze and decode a BaZi chart to establish a person's destiny code. This code holds the story of your life, your character, your talents, your future possibilities. For the feng shui practitioner, BaZi is an indispensable tool, providing the diagnosis that forms the foundation for the prescription in feng shui. This is because feng shui only helps if a person has a good destiny and suitable luck in the first place. By studying a person's destiny and luck, we can then find out what is the real problem and proceed to take the correct man luck, human actions, or feng shui for those who practice this art to help find a solution or resolution. BaZi is perhaps one of the most important diagnosis tools to understand a person. Contrary to popular misconception, feng shui is not a one cure for all art. What works for one person will not always produce the same results for another. And the moral of the story is, don't copy someone else's feng shui. A little story on BaZi. A wealthy client called me to carry out a feng shui audit for his home. He was having money problems, but not a lack of it. Rather, his children were busy jostling and fighting over their inheritance, despite the fact that their father was still healthy with plenty of good years ahead. His home had been feng shuied. A so-called water dragon formula had been applied to increase his wealth. Unfortunately, this was a bad idea. Why? My client's BaZi chart revealed that he was going through strong wealth luck. The powerful water formula that enhanced his wealth even further ended up throwing everything out of balance in his life. He had too much wealth, and it was the root cause of his family problems. Now you might be thinking, why is Joey, the author, against his client having more money luck? This is a good point to go back to the introduction of the book and read it again. But let me save you the time and trouble and say it again. Feng shui is not about wealth creation. It's about balance. It is all about balance. In BaZi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember the early section about how feng shui, BaZi, and personal actions are all interdependent? Accordingly, a good feng shui practitioner will use BaZi to look at what should and should not be done with the feng shui to ensure that it produces a harmonious outcome and strengthens the weak areas. For example, family life, personal relationships, rather than one that throws the person's life into turmoil, all in the name of wealth enhancement. A feng shui practitioner must also work within the ambits of what heaven has given a person in his or her destiny. So wealth enhancement for someone who cannot take it is like giving penicillin to someone who is allergic to penicillin. The outcome is never pretty. Understanding your luck and destiny will enable you to find out what's in store for you and help you plan ahead. Remember the old saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. BaZi is all about making the best use of your life, avoiding the pitfalls and maximizing your gains in favorable times. Your luck pillars reveal to you where and what you should focus on to make the best out of your life, and which areas will be causing you much heartache and setbacks. BaZi is about making informed decisions in life. Same time, same day, same month, same year. Why am I not a millionaire? One question that I often get when it comes to BaZi is, if two people are born on the same year, month, day, and hour, does this mean that they all have the same destiny? If you happen to have the exact birth data down to time, as say Bill Gates or Donald Trump, or Warren Buffett, and you are reading this book, then you have your answer. There are additional X factors in play that impact the level of greatness a person can achieve, assuming they have a superior BaZi chart to begin with. Feng Shui's influence. Yang and Yin house Feng Shui play a great role in determining how much of the potential contained in your destiny code can be unlocked or unleashed. You might have the exact same time and date of birth as Bill Gates, but if you aren't living in the same place he is living, knowing the same group of people he knows, meeting the same people he has met, you don't get to maximize your potential as much as he does. Nevertheless, since you still share the same BaZi, you might enjoy similar greatness, just on a different level. For example, a person sharing the same BaZi chart as Mr. Bill Clinton or Mr. George Bush, but living in another country, may not rise to become president of the United States, but he or she may well achieve political success in his or her own country. This person is still a president of a country. He or she is just not the president of the USA. It is all a case of the playing field that you are in, and where you get to unleash the potential of your BaZi. Then there is the yin house factor. Yes, you have the exact same birth data, even time of birth, as Bill Gates. But are your ancestors buried in the same place as his? Yin house feng shui is the most powerful form of feng shui and plays an extremely important role in determining the quality of a family's fortune. Emperors of the past from various Chinese dynasties have painstakingly sought superior burial grounds solely to ensure a lasting dynasty. It is for this reason that the Ming dynasty lasted for more than 300 years, and the Qing dynasty for 260 years. How many dynasties of the business world today survive past the third generation? Not too many, unfortunately. This is the yin house factor. Ultimately, all things being equal, why does one person rise up and tower above the others? The answer probably lies in the graves of his or her ancestors. Ancestors who are buried in good locations with powerful feng shui give their descendants an added edge, icing on the cake that enables their descendants to enjoy good luck or power or wealth or all of the above if the location is truly superb. This is a book about BaZi, so I will not dwell too much on the issue of the yin house feng shui. Suffice it to say that when the question arises as to how two people born on the exact same day, in the exact same time, may have different levels of greatness, the ancestral grave may hold the key. If you wish to know a little bit more about yin and yang house feng shui, I have a book titled Stories and Lessons on Feng Shui that has some of these fascinating stories about yin house feng shui. Besides the feng shui, look at the face. Every year, I conduct an annual forecast talk for over 1,000 Chinese astrology and feng shui enthusiasts who wish to know more about the feng shui and astrology for the year. Once, during a question and answer session, a lady stood and asked a very pertinent and relevant question. She said, "There are thousands of people born in the same animal year and probably using the same feng shui door. So how can they all suffer the same bad luck?" My answer was this: the thousands of people born in the same year using the same feng shui sector in their respective houses don't share the same face. The Chinese art of face reading, or Ming-The, explains how different features from the face reveal different fortunes and outcomes. By reading a person's eyes, nose, ear, mouth, eyebrows, forehead, and other facial features, the fortunes of a person can also be ascertained. So much so, individuals can have the same BaZi, but since they all have different faces, they will all have different outcomes in life. Even twins who share the same BaZi do not share the same destiny. The things that you do or don't. Ultimately, making the right choice is what helps to swing your life one way or another. Remember man luck? Having the same BaZi as Bill Gates is no use if you don't utilize the potential. There is no shortcut to greatness, even with a superb BaZi. Actions set individuals with the same BaZi apart. Two people may share the same BaZi, but they may not take the same action when faced with a similar fork in the road. A good BaZi chart is the basis of a good life and a good luck. A good ancestral burial spot and a good fortune face are icing on the cake. To have a good BaZi chart is already a tremendous advantage in life. You may not play in the same field as a Bill Gates does, or be as rich as he is, but you arguably will not be a slouch either. And remember, you will only have half of his problems. A good BaZi is like owning a Ferrari. You must know how to drive it and know what it is capable of doing. If you do nothing with it, or drive it on bumpy roads all the time, it would be a waste of an excellent vehicle. The best tool in the world must still be wielded by a master. Now that you have better understood the potential of BaZi, let's get on with some analysis, finally. Chapter 5. BaZi Fundamentals. An analyst is only as good as his tools. Now that you have learned how to plot a BaZi chart and the luck pillars, you have 2/3 of the tools needed to analyze a BaZi chart and decode your own destiny code. The most critical component to BaZi analysis is a mastery of the 5 elements and an understanding of the basic principles of yin and yang and qi. At any point in your BaZi studies, even as you advance past this book to more advanced materials, always try to correlate everything you learn with these 3 key concepts: yin and yang, qi, and the 5 elements. Yin and yang. There exist 2 opposing, interdependent, and interrelated forces in our universe. Yin and yang are natural forms of energy that are in constant states of change, movement, and interaction. This dynamic relationship creates and governs all life. From birth, growth, sickness, and death, the stages of existence are in constant evolution. The interaction of yin and yang is reflected by night and day, positive and negative, active and passive, hard and soft, fast and slow, male and female, hot and cold, anger and happiness, and so forth. We can see this interplay in nature in the form of the 4 seasons, where yang is reflected as the peak of summer and yin in the coldness of winter. Yin and yang are therefore the 2 primordial forms of qi. The interaction between yin and yang subsequently relates to the 5 phases of qi, known as the 5 elements. Let's relate this concept to BaZi. The BaZi chart has a static and dynamic quality, yin and yang. Luck, as I have said earlier, can never be always good or always bad. Again, this goes back to the principle of yin and yang. Finally, a good BaZi chart is one where there is a good balance or equilibrium. This is the core of the concept of yin and yang. There cannot be one without the other, and balance, or equilibrium, is what is sought. Now, with this very elementary knowledge of qi and yin and yang, what can we deduce from a BaZi chart? Well, if the chart is predominantly yin elements or yang elements, we can automatically deduce that the particular BaZi chart is not very good because there is no balance of yin and yang. Why? Because anything that is too yang or too yin indicates a disharmony between the elements. Individuals with such charts may be lonely or unable to express their emotions effectively. A person's chart is completely yang or completely yin when all the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the BaZi are of the same polarity. Every heavenly stem and earthly branch has its unique yin or yang polarity. Refer to the table on the next page for a reference on their polarity. Qi, the essence of life. Qi is life force energy. It cannot be seen or heard. However, its influence can be felt around us and in all places. It is the invisible force that shapes, nurtures, and governs all living beings. From the peaks of the highest mountains to the depths of the deepest oceans, the flow of the rivers to the undulating ridges of the land, and from busy malls to the quaint little corners of the street, qi permeates our world. Qi is the force that brings life to all beings. What does qi have to do with BaZi? In BaZi, we are studying the qi that makes up and influences a person's life at the time of his or her birth. The year qi, the month qi, the day qi, and the hour qi. The 8 characters, the destiny code that forms the BaZi chart, represents the type of qi that is infused in us at the time of our birth. The luck pillars represent the changing or moving qi that will influence us along the path of life. In a good BaZi chart, the qi flows naturally through the chart and is not disrupted by too many clashes. The interaction and interrelations between the qi of your BaZi chart and its corresponding luck pillars are your destiny. The 5 elements. Wu Xing. The theory of the 5 elements is the backbone of all Chinese metaphysical studies. Feng Shui, astrology, Chinese medicine, and even martial arts. I cannot overstate the importance of grasping the 5 elements when it comes to BaZi. The principle of the 5 elements is the core science of decoding a person's destiny code. In the olden days, students of Chinese metaphysics, especially in the professional field of Feng Shui, had to undertake BaZi studies as well. This is because BaZi gives the individual an extremely firm grasp and understanding of the 5 elements, which enables him or her to understand Feng Shui formulas better and apply them correctly. It is also because BaZi works hand in hand with Feng Shui in many aspects that a thorough understanding of BaZi is important in order to be able to effectively practice Feng Shui. BaZi is akin to the diagnosis of a doctor. It probes the person's life to enable the practitioner to assess the past, present, and future life path. BaZi enables the Feng Shui practitioner to understand what the inherent problems are and where the potential dangers lie. When practitioners then apply Feng Shui, it is akin to a prescription to help smoothen the life path, or perhaps to rectify certain problems or potential pitfalls. Hence, without proper diagnosis, BaZi, it is difficult to prescribe a remedy, Feng Shui. Strictly speaking, the English term 5 elements is not very accurate and perhaps even a little deceptive. It is supposed to be a translation of the Chinese term Wu Xing, which means the 5 transformations or 5 phases. The 5 elements, wood, water, fire, earth, metal, are in fact the result of the interaction between yin and yang qi during the 5 different phases. They are transformations of qi. The 5 elements represent certain key attributes in a person's chart. For example, water represents a person's wisdom. A good quality water element indicates a person is wise and intelligent, and is capable of thinking clearly and acting astutely in appropriate instances. Conversely, a poor quality water element indicates a person who is slow-witted, foolish, misguided, or irrational in his or her thinking. The element of wood relates to the person's benevolence and gratitude. People who have a good heart, a positive outlook in life, and those who are progressive in nature have good quality wood elements in their chart. Those who lack kindness or compassion, and who are unable to make progress in life, invariably have poor quality wood elements. The element of fire is extremely important because it governs a person's elegance and mannerisms. A good fire element in the chart denotes that the person behaves appropriately, elegantly, and graciously. Fire also represents passion. A poor quality fire element belongs to an individual who gets depressed easily and often feels inadequate. How do you know if a person can be trusted? Look at his or her earth element, because earth represents trustworthiness. Excessive or a lack of earth elements causes problems with the person's stability. Finally, the element of metal. Metal is what gives a person decisiveness, a sense of justice and righteousness. A good quality metal element in a person's chart means a person has good leadership and decision-making ability. The 5 elements in interaction. The 5 elements each have 3 distinctive reactive relationships with each other: a productive relationship, a controlling relationship, and a weakening relationship. We refer to these as the productive cycle, the controlling cycle, and the weakening cycle. The productive cycle. The productive cycle is a phase where the elements support and strengthen each other. In this phase, the relationship is supportive, giving, attractive, pleasing, and generous. This cycle is in harmony and in constant movement. In the productive cycle, the elements feed and support each other. The qi flows smoothly. The cycle can be easily remembered if we rationalize the cycle and see it in a logical manner. Water nourishes plants. Thus, water produces wood. Wood is used to make fire, so wood produces fire. Fire in turn burns material into ashes and forms earth. Fire produces earth. Earth is where we can find minerals, so earth produces metal. Metal through condensation produces water. Thus, metal produces water. The controlling cycle. At first glance, the word controlling sounds negative. Many newcomers to the subject of 5 elements tend to see controlling as something unfavorable or despotic. This is far from the truth. In the context of the 5 elements, controlling merely means to guide and to keep in order. In the area of Chinese metaphysics, the translation of the term from Chinese to English sometimes results in some confusion because it is not possible to exactly translate the words. The Chinese word is ke. There is no actual and accurate translation for this word. The closest words are to control, to counter, or to destroy. It's not correct to classify the controlling cycle as good or bad. Remember yin and yang? There are always 2 sides of a coin. A world without control is a world without law and order, and chaos reigns. So control is good if it brings order. Proper control denotes responsibility, stability, and peace. On the other hand, too much control becomes a dictatorship and a stifling situation. So too much control is not desirable either. Good control is akin to the control of a mother over her child. The mother exercises restriction and concern over her child's actions and behavior, so that her child would not be endangered or grow up to become a bad person. Bad control is analogous to an abusive parent beating up his child, causing emotional torment and physical pain. So remember, it is fine to control. Control brings order and direction to an element. Thus, it is always desirable to have appropriate controlling element in your BaZi. However, to over-control, now that is different, because over-control involves excessive restriction or stifling. Over-control brings hatred, anger, and frustration. The controlling cycle is how the 5 elements interact to manage, manipulate, restrain, or influence each other. Learning the controlling cycle is relatively easy as long as you focus on thinking pictorially and using logical deduction. In the controlling sequence, water controls fire because water puts out fire. When the weather is hot, you drink more water to cool down your body temperature or jump into a pool. Fire controls metal because the heat of fire melts and molds metal. This is how raw iron is molded into useful tools of machinery. Metal controls wood because a large tree or a small bush is cut and trimmed using objects made from metal, such as an axe or a saw, scissors, or blades. Wood controls earth. How do you prevent a landslide? You plant trees, shrubs, and bushes to hold the earth together. Earth controls water because no matter how large the lake or ocean is, it is still bordered by earth. A large river can be blocked off by a dam, so earth holds water. The weakening cycle. The third cycle is called the weakening cycle. Once again, do not jump to conclusions about weakening being negative just because it weakens. Remember, in BaZi, we are striving for balance. When an element in the chart is excessively strong, it should be weakened to a certain extent so that there is balance among the elements. Weakening actually means an element has produced another element. It is like a product or an invention. Energy is consumed to generate something. Why do we have a weakening cycle? Any object that is produced weakens what produced it. For example, if a mother gives birth or delivers a baby, her energy and stamina is weakened. The weakening cycle exemplifies this within the context of the 5 elements. Thus, when an element produces another, it is weakened by its product. For example, when earth produces metal, metal becomes stronger, while earth depletes in strength. Now, think pictorially. If you mine for minerals, which is metal, inside the earth, don't you have to dig and penetrate the earth, weakening the earth? Metal needs to liquefy to produce water. Hence, water weakens metal. Water is used to nourish plants. When the plants absorb the water, water's energy is consumed. Hence, wood weakens water. When we want to make fire, we burn wood. Fire consumes the wood and produces heat. So wood is weakened by fire element. Fire burns and produces ashes, dust, and earth. After combusting everything into ashes, fire will extinguish naturally. Thus, earth weakens fire. Connecting the elements. By understanding the nature and order of the 5 elements, we are able to understand the chi balance in a BaZi, and in turn, see the strengths and flaws of a person. In a BaZi chart where the 5 elements are balanced, the chi flows smoothly, and this denotes a good life. Now, once you have mastered the 5 elements and the 3 cycles, you need to place the 5 elements within the context of the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The earthly branches' 5-element relationships. A BaZi chart consists entirely of the 5 elements, as represented by the heavenly stem and earthly branches. When we are examining the interrelationship and interaction between the heavenly stems and earthly branches, we use the 5 elements to understand and appreciate the relationship. Accordingly, it is good to try to commit to memory the 5-element cycles. This will help you a lot as you progress through this book. Alternatively, bookmark this section so that you can keep referring back to the 5-element cycles. A little teaser. The 5 elements in your BaZi chart will subsequently transform to 5 main key aspects in a person's life. I call them the 5 factors: wealth, influence, companion, resource, and output. These 5 factors will help you decode your destiny code. It is essential to convert your understanding of the 5 elements into heavenly stems or earthly branches. For instance, Jiark and Yi, wood, will produce Bing and Ding, fire, control Wu and Ji, earth, and weaken Run and Kuei, water. Follow the diagram below to familiarize yourself with the 5-element cycle using the heavenly stems format. After you've achieved a firm grasp on the 5 elements, proceed to the next chapter. We are going to do some analysis. Chapter 6. Finding the favorable element. Despite its overuse in this world, the concept of yin and yang is the core and an essential part of Chinese metaphysical subjects such as feng shui and BaZi. At the center of the concept of yin and yang is the idea of equilibrium. Hence, when evaluating a BaZi chart, we are really looking to see if the chart has a good balance of elements. We don't want in a BaZi too few or too many of certain elements. or certain elements being too weak or too strong either. Balance is the key. Balance carries a different meaning in each chart. Sometimes charts are in themselves fairly well balanced, comprised mainly of favorable elements. These are considered superior charts. Other times, a chart is strongly dependent on a single element to bring balance. If this balancing element is not only in the chart, but is of good quality as well, then the chart is still considered a superior chart. B-grade charts, or less superior charts, are usually charts where the chart is not balanced intrinsically, and the element that is needed to balance the chart is of poor quality. In C or D grade charts, the balancing element is not the best choice for the particular daymaster. Hence, an important part of evaluating a BaZi chart is the process of weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 elements in the chart and determining which are the crucial elements that either bring balance to the chart or maintain the balance in the chart. Since there are only 5 elements, the process of elimination is a relatively easy process. The difficulty lies in determining which of the 5 elements it is, and in the case of certain charts, where 2 or 3 of the elements appear to hold the key to the balance of the chart, which is the best element to choose. Now, of course, you might be asking yourself, is there such a thing as a perfectly balanced chart? Remember, the quantity of the elements is not the indicator of balance. In BaZi, we must not ever be fixated on quantity when it comes to finding the chart's balance or conducting a BaZi analysis. We must always be looking at quality. Having an equal number of all the elements is by no means the definitive means of judging whether or not a BaZi chart is balanced. The quality of the elements is also an important consideration. What do we mean when we talk about the quality of the elements? We are evaluating whether these elements are sentimental or antagonistic, and whether or not there is a smooth interdependent relationship between the elements. Does the chi flow smoothly in the chart? Is each element interdependent on one another? Begin with the daymaster. The reference point for any BaZi chart is always the daymaster. Quick reminder, the daymaster is the heavenly stem found in the day pillar. The daymaster is also known as the self element. The first step in evaluating a BaZi is to determine the strength of the daymaster. To do this, we look at the earthly branch found in the month pillar. This is known as identifying the season of your birth. You do not need to be concerned with the entire month pillar. Just look at the month of birth's earthly branch. This is the first and most important step in analyzing a BaZi chart. The earthly branch of the month pillar is known as the Yu Ling, or season master. The strength of the daymaster is almost always evaluated with reference to the season. At this point, you might be wondering, what is all this talk about the seasons? What if I live in Newfoundland, where it's cold 9 months of the year? Or in Malaysia, where there is no winter? Or in Australia, where Christmas is probably the hottest time of the year? The concept of the seasons in BaZi is simply a form of descriptive terminology. It is not based on the real climates or the real seasons changing. Remember how the ancient sages used household domestic animals to describe the earthly branches? Similarly, the use of the seasons is just a code to describe the strength of the chi of a particular element. So how do you know which season you are born in? Look at the chart here. This table explains which animal sign of the earthly branches belongs to which season. It is useful to commit to memory the information in the table on this page. For example, it's helpful to be able to remember that yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, and chen, dragon, as spring, and shi, snake, wu, horse, and wei, goat, are summer. So what does the season have to do with the strength of the daymaster or self-element? You see, In each season, certain elements are stronger or weaker. Wood, for example, is very strong in spring, while fire is prosperous in summer. It's not difficult to remember which element is strongest in which season if you utilize the pictorial method. What flourishes, blooms, and grows during spring? The trees, the flowers, the grass, all of which are represented by wood. At the height of summer, naturally, fire is strong because summer is when it is the most hot. You might be thinking, there are 5 elements, but only 4 seasons. So what is the season of Earth? Earth is read rather uniquely, and determining how to read Earth lies in the ending month of each season. For example, the Chen, dragon month, is the last month of spring, so people born in the Chen month are considered to have spring Earth. The Wei, goat month, is regarded as the last month of summer, and is regarded as summer Earth. The Su, dog month, is the autumn Earth, while the Chao, ox month, is the winter Earth. Strength of the elements. The above chart describes the 5 stages of strength for each of the 5 elements, with reference to the 4 seasons. This chart provides a very simple and quick means to evaluate the strength of a daymaster based on the season of birth. The 4 seasons. In this section, I delve a little more deeply into how the seasons are used to evaluate the strength of the daymaster or self-element. Remember at all times while you are reading through this book to think pictorially. Finally, look out for key words like prosperous, weak, trap, strong, and dead. These are the keys to appreciating the importance of the seasons in evaluating a person's BaZi. Also, remember to think about the 5-element cycle pictorially, and not just the production cycle, but the controlling and the countering cycle. Spring season. Spring is the season of wood, hence wood is the most prosperous element here. Thus, a wood daymaster, born in any of the spring season's earthly branches, namely Yin, tiger, Mao, rabbit, or Chen, dragon, is considered to be a daymaster born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the wood is vibrant and thriving. In the 5 elements, wood produces fire, so fire in the month of spring is also considered strong, with long-lasting flames of the fire. Thus, fire element is strong in spring. In spring, wood is strong, thus water is weak. Why? Remember the 5 elements. Think now of the weakening cycle. When wood is so prosperous and strong, it naturally consumes a lot of water. But water is not completely drained of qi either, because spring season comes just after winter, and winter is the season of water. Hence, water is weak in spring. In spring, metal is considered to be trapped. This means the qi is frail and fragile. Furthermore, in spring, wood is strong, vibrant, and thriving. Metal, which in the 5 elements controlling cycle controls wood, cannot do so and will be blunted from all the chopping of wood. In the season of spring where wood rules supreme, earth would be dead. Why? Because, in the cycle of the 5 elements, wood controls earth. As wood is very strong, it will over-control earth, thereby making earth very weak. Although the Chen, or dragon element, is earth, it is still the spring season, where wood qi is strong. Thus, this type of wu, earth in this month, looks hard and thick, but is actually weak inside. This concept of analyzing earth is slightly sophisticated, and I will elaborate on it in later books. Right now, treat this as just an initial taste or appetizer, and don't worry if you don't understand the concept completely right away. Summer season. In summer season, because it is the season of fire, clearly fire is the most prosperous element. So a fire day master, meaning Bing or Ding, born in any of the summer season earthly branches. Z, snake. Wu, horse. Wei, goat, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the fire is very vibrant, shining, and bright. As fire produces earth in the five-element cycle, so an Earth Day Master, meaning Wu or Ji, born in the month of summer, is considered strong. In the season of fire, wood will be weak, because wood is weak when fire is so prosperous. A lot of wood will be consumed for it to burn brightly. But wood cannot be regarded as totally and extremely weak, because summer is just one season away from spring, which is the season of wood. So wood chi is weak in summer. Water is very weak in summer. As the heat of summer is strong, water will evaporate. Water is in the trap stage of chi during summer months, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Although in the controlling cycle, water controls fire, in summer, fire is very strong, so water, which is already weak, cannot control fire adequately. In the season of summer when fire rules supreme, metal is dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the five elements, fire will control metal. As fire is extremely powerful and strong, it will over-control the metal element. Thus, metal will be very weak. Autumn season. Autumn is the season of metal, so we say that metal is the most prosperous element. So a metal day master, meaning Gung or Sin, born in any of the autumn season earthly branches, Shin, monkey, Yu, rooster, and Su, dog, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the metal is very shiny, strong, and beautiful. Metal produces water, so water in the month of autumn is also considered strong. In the season of metal, earth will be weak. Why? Because for metal to be so prosperous, a lot of earth will be dug up to produce metal. However, the earth element cannot be regarded as completely weak because autumn is just one season away from summer, which is the season of fire. So there's plenty left over of earth. Remember, earth is also strong in summer. So we say earth chi is only weak, but not that weak, in autumn. Fire is very weak in autumn. It is in the trap stage of chi, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Now, in the controlling cycle of the five elements, fire controls metal. But in autumn, metal is so strong, fire cannot heat, mold, or melt the excess metal. Fire is outnumbered and made weak. In the metal season of autumn where metal chi rules supreme, wood would be dead. Again, let's refer to the five elements. Metal controls wood, but since this is over-control of an element, wood will be very weak. Winter season. Winter is the season of water, so water is the most prosperous element. A water day master, meaning Run or Kuei, born in any of the winter season's earthly branches, Hai, pig, Si, rat, and Chao, ox, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the water is very strong, radiant, and flowing. Water produces wood, so wood in the month of winter is also considered strong. In the season of water, metal will be weak, because for water to be so prosperous, metal will be exhausted by the task of condensing the water. However, the metal element cannot be regarded as completely weak, because winter is just one season away from autumn, which was the season of metal, so there's plenty left over of metal chi. So we say metal chi is weak in winter. Earth chi is very weak in winter, It is in the trap stage of Qi, meaning Qi at this stage is frozen and hardened. Now, in the controlling cycle of the 5 elements, Earth is supposed to control water. But in winter, water is so strong and Earth is frozen. It cannot control the excess water. Earth is flooded and weak. In the season of winter, where water Qi rules supreme, fire would be dead. Again, let's refer to the 5 elements. Water controls fire, but since this is over control of an element, fire will be completely extinguished. The season says it all. You might be wondering, what about the other heavenly stems and earthly branches in the BaZi chart? Don't they count towards something? Yes, of course they do. And as your understanding of BaZi develops, the other heavenly stems and earthly branches will come into play. Even then, they are of secondary importance. The primary indicator of the strength of every chart is significantly dependent on the month of birth, as this dictates the seasonal Qi strength. The above method of determining the strength of the Daymaster based on the season is just the first step in the study of BaZi. There are always exceptions to the general principles and other more sophisticated techniques of evaluating Daymasters, as well as exceptions that relate to the condition of the Daymasters, which will be discussed in more advanced books. This is a beginner's book, an entryway, so I have begun with simple ideas, concepts, and techniques designed to enable you to be able to engage in analysis by the end of this book. Having said that, basing the judgment of the Daymaster's strength on the month of birth is by and large still the most accurate means of quickly and simply evaluating the strength of a BaZi. As you progress through this book and the other books in the series, you will be exposed to more sophisticated techniques for evaluating the Daymaster's strength. But for now, stick to the month of birth. In later books, I will share with you more sophisticated concepts, methods, and techniques on determining the Daymaster's strengths. Finding the favorable element. After you've determined the strength of the Daymaster through the seasons of your birth month, you need to determine which is the most favorable element that the BaZi chart needs to achieve balance. The concept of balance is not an easy one. If only it were as simple as making the number of elements add up. In essence, in the study and practice of BaZi, what we are looking for is a Daymaster that is not too weak, not too strong, but just right. Take a look at this example. This is a wood Daymaster born in the month of Wu, horse. Which season does the horse month belong to? Summer. This wood is born at the height of summer, when fire is the strongest. Now remember, think pictorially. If fire is strong, it will consume wood. Wood Qi in summer month is considered weak. So what then is the favorable element? Whatever strengthens and supports the wood, which in this case is water. How do we arrive at this conclusion? Let's think about the 5-element cycle and use it to eliminate the possibilities. Weak wood does not need to be weakened any further, but strengthened. Fire, as we already know, consumes wood, therefore weakening it. So fire cannot be the favorable element. Weak wood does not want to be chopped by metal either, so metal is not the favorable element. So what grows wood? Water. Hence, water is the favorable element. What does this mean now that we found the favorable element? After pinpointing it, let's evaluate the person's luck based on his or her luck cycle. If this person is to go through the water element in the luck pillars or annual pillars, then this person will experience good fortune, and his life path is likely to be smooth and generally not too difficult during these years. By contrast, if he were to go through the fire element in his luck pillars, he will suffer bad fortune or bad luck. What is this bad luck? It may mean obstacles in life, difficulties with relationships with those around him. Generally, a less than smooth situation. Useful God versus favorable element. If you've had some exposure to BaZi, you may have heard of this concept called the useful God, or Yong-Shin in Chinese. This is an advanced BaZi concept that will be covered in my next book. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Practice familiarizing yourself with the 5 elements and finding the favorable element first. Don't be misled into thinking beginner's material is not useful. Sometimes, like all wisdom in life, the most profound things are often the most simple ones. Complicated techniques do not always necessarily ensure accuracy or the right answer, and in Chinese metaphysical studies, we must always remember to go back to the basics and key principles. Your goal at this point, and by the end of this book, is to be able to tell whether a person is currently undergoing good or bad luck, and when they will experience good or bad luck. Focus on answering this question first. The rest will come as you progress through this book and BaZi studies in general. I promise. The have and the have-nots. Let's look at the same BaZi chart, but change a few elements a little bit, and you'll see how the situation is very different. Pictured here, we have example A and example B. Now, both A and B are born in the same month. Based on our earlier analysis, we concluded that a Jiark person born in the horse month would have water as his favorable element and fire as his unfavorable element, with Jiark being Yang wood. In example A here, there is a Kui water in the year stem, and in example B, there is a Bing fire in the month stem. Which is the better BaZi chart? A's chart is better because there is a favorable element present in the chart. In B's chart, not only is there no favorable element, but there is an additional unfavorable element, being fire, right in the month pillar. So, the person in example B must wait until he goes through water element years in his luck or annual pillars to have the benefit of his favorable element. The person in example A, by contrast, already has the water element in his BaZi to help him out. What do these two examples, coupled with the earlier example, show us? How do we separate the wheat from the chaff? What is a good chart and a not so good chart? Remember, the chart with the favorable element actually present is always better than the one without the favorable element in it. What if both charts also have the favorable element? Then your comparison would be which one is in a better position in the chart than the other. Let's try another example. This day master is Gung, metal born in the Shin monkey metal month. Shin monkey is the season of autumn. In autumn, metal is prosperous, so clearly, this is a strong, prosperous metal day master. Since it is strong metal, what element do you think is this chart's favorable element and unfavorable element? Take a moment and think about it. Pause if you need to. Gung is raw metal or iron ore. Metal that has been dug out from the earth is useless unless it is forged or molded into something useful, like a sword or an axe. So strong metal needs fire to make it useful. So you might be thinking, easy. Obviously the favorable element for this chart is fire, right? Rewind back to the section on the 4 seasons, which explains the strength of each of the 5 elements in the individual seasons. Remember that in autumn, fire is in the trap stage. It is weak and fragile. Imagine weak fire trying to mold and melt a huge boulder of raw metal ore. It would be extremely difficult. So what is the solution? We need to feed the fire a little to make it strong. So some wood would be helpful. So the favorable element in this chart would be both fire and wood. Which means, if this chart encounters fire and wood in the luck pillars, this person will enjoy good luck. Does this chart need more metal element? Definitely not. Why not? It is already strong metal, so more metal would not balance out the chi. Remember what I said earlier about how a chart had to be balanced. The Daymaster should neither be too strong nor too weak. Too strong an element is a flaw in the BaZi chart, and it means that when the person goes through metal element pillars in the luck cycle, he will not enjoy good fortune. The chart reading will of course be a little more complicated than this, because there are 8 characters instead of just a few we've chosen as examples. Sometimes, in BaZi, people get confused because they try to look at a BaZi and derive everything from it all at one go. The trick with BaZi is to always focus on looking for one thing at a time. At this stage, concentrate on evaluating the BaZi based on the strength of the Daymaster. Joey's quick guide to assessing the favorable element. These are very simplified guidelines that will enable a quick evaluation of the favorable element. BaZi is a layered and deep subject, so to keep things simple, I have come up with these general guidelines. As your knowledge of BaZi grows and deepens, the exceptions to these guidelines are easier to understand. But for now, you may utilize these guidelines to help you analyze your own chart. The key to utilizing these guidelines is to first determine if your Daymaster is strong or weak. The strong Daymaster. Strong Daymaster favors controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. If your Daymaster is strong, your choices of favorable elements are the element the Daymaster controls, the element that controls the Daymaster, the element that the Daymaster produces. Now you might be curious as to why. Remember again what I said earlier about a balance. We want a Daymaster that is not too strong, not too weak. If your Daymaster is strong, you should make it less strong to achieve balance. How do we reduce the strength? Now, let's think 5 elements again. By controlling another element, the Daymaster has to exert strength, so a strong Daymaster will usually favor the element it controls. A strong Daymaster can also keep its excessive strength in control by being controlled by another element. For example, a very strong gung metal needs to be kept in shape by the fire element. Since fire controls metal in the 5-element cycle, fire is needed to mold the excessive metal. A strong Daymaster can also achieve balance by producing an element. Remember the 5-element cycle. To produce something, the Daymaster's strength will be reduced. So using the example of strong wood, that is, wood born in spring or in winter season, we can say that fire is a favorable element, because fire will consume some of the excessive wood chi, thus weakening the wood slightly. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it should either control, be controlled, or produce. Now, what is unfavorable, then, for a strong Daymaster? Clearly, that which is already strong does not need to be strengthened even more, as this will lead to imbalance. So any element that adds to the strength of the Daymaster will be considered unfavorable. A strong Daymaster dislikes the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. If, for example, your Daymaster is a strong Kuei water, your chart will not favor any additional water, obviously. Your Daymaster would also not favor metal because metal produces water, thus adding to its strength and making the BaZi imbalanced. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it does not need the same element or the element that produces it, because the same element and the element that produces the Daymaster only serves to make it even stronger. And so, the weak Daymaster favors the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. Things are a bit easier if the Daymaster is weak. If your Daymaster is weak, then your choices for favorable elements can only be the element that produces your Daymaster, or the element that is the same with the Daymaster. Why? A weak Daymaster needs more of the same element to be stronger. Imagine a puddle of water that has more water added to it. Doesn't it get stronger? Or the element that produces it, which has the effect of creating more of the element. So if you are a weak ruin water, for example, water and metal would be your favorable elements. The weak Daymaster dislikes controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. What are the elements that a weak Daymaster dislikes? A weak Daymaster does not like to be further controlled by an opposing element, since it is already weak, and more control will be over-control. Remember what we said earlier about how over-control is not desirable. A weak Daymaster also does not like to have to produce more because this weakens it even further by depleting its strength. A weak Daymaster also does not like to control another element, as this saps its strength as well. Analyze this. Now that you have established your favorable and unfavorable element, you can begin to determine not just your own luck cycle, whether you are currently going through good or bad luck, but also utilize this knowledge to unlock your destiny code and the meaning behind the elements in your BaZi. Chapter 7. The 5 Factors. If it is destined to be in your life, you will eventually get it. But if you are not destined to have such a thing, don't force it. Let it be. Chinese saying. At this stage, you should already be familiar with your own BaZi chart and the various elements in your chart. You would have also identified your Daymaster and determined your favorable and unfavorable elements. In this chapter, we look at the question of just what all those different elements really mean. Your BaZi is your destiny code. Each of the elements holds within it a meaning. The elements can represent people, such as a superior, an employee, or a family member, or actions or personality traits or abilities. At later stages of your studies, you will learn that these elements also represent events and outcomes. In this chapter, I will explain to you what the elements mean for each of the 10 types of Daymasters. Yes, each element means something different to each one of the 10 different Daymasters. Why are there 10 different types of Daymasters? Because there are 10 types of heavenly stems, and each can be an individual's Daymaster. In case you've forgotten, here are the 10 heavenly stems again. As there are 5 elements, so each element represents one of what I call the 5 factors. The 5 factors are wealth, output, influence, resource, and companion. Now, the names make sense to you at this point in time. The important thing is not to try to put dictionary type meanings to these phrases, but to remember that the meaning becomes specific once the context has been ascertained. For now, view them as part of the language of BaZi. You are now starting to learn the language of BaZi. If you want to learn this art, you must learn to speak its language. Remember also that the elements that represent these 5 factors change, depending on what is your Daymaster. So, for example, the element of fire may be the companion element for a fire Daymaster, but it will be the output element for a wood Daymaster. I must emphasize that at all times, the Daymaster is the reference point when evaluating a BaZi chart. In the following section, I will explain the meaning of each of the 5 factors. Just remember that each factor is neither good nor bad. Whether they are good or bad will depend upon whether these are favorable or unfavorable elements. Throughout this book and this chapter, you must always keep in mind the 5 elements and the various 5-element cycles. Whenever you are not sure, do try to refer back to the 5-element cycle, which is reproduced below for your reference. Remember that in BaZi, our goal is about the balance of these elements in the chart. Wealth. Money may not help you achieve everything in life, but without money, there is a whole lot more you cannot achieve. Chinese saying. In this world, whether we like it or not, an individual's financial condition does shape his or her destiny tremendously. There are a lot of things money can't buy, but without money, there would be a lot of inconvenience and lack of opportunities. The wealth element in a person's BaZi chart represents direct income and indirect income. Direct income refers to salary or earned and residual income. Indirect income refers to revenue from businesses, your investment portfolio, income from real estate sales, royalties, and other investment-related revenue. The wealth element is the element that is controlled by the daymaster in the 5-element cycle. The rationale for this is quite simple. A person controls his or her assets or property, which is how his or her wealth is established or tabulated. Accordingly, in BaZi, what your daymaster, which represents you, controls, therefore represents your wealth. Sometimes the wealth element is referred to as the wealth star. In BaZi terminology, star and element are used synonymously and sometimes interchangeably. Remember what I said earlier about how BaZi is like an onion with many layers? Well, the wealth star, to a male, also represents his wife star. This concept harkens back to the old days, when a man's wealth was measured by the number of wives he had, and the fact that in the old days, a man's wife was considered his chattel. Thus, if a man has a good quality wealth star in his destiny code, he will also have a very good wife. Vice versa, a poor quality wealth star denotes a less than desirable wife. I must emphasize that this principle applies only to men. For women, the wealth element does not represent the husband. For a woman, her husband is represented by what is called the influence element. A little patience, we will get there. A little personal note. In the course of teaching BaZi over the years, I have noticed that some women do not like to be viewed as an asset. I think women shouldn't take this concept too personally. Remember, this is just the way we classify the attributes of the elements and their relationships in the study of BaZi. This is the way it has been since the inception of BaZi, and we should not change this approach just because we don't like the idea of a woman being an asset. I often tell the female students in my class that being viewed as an asset is infinitely better than being classified as a liability. Surely? I must emphasize that the wealth element need not be many to make a chart of a rich person. It is always the quality and not the quantity that we are concerned with when analyzing a person's destiny code. How do you find out what your wealth element is? For quick reference, check the chart below to find out what your wealth element is. So for example, if you are a wood daymaster, then your wealth element is earth. You will need to know the elements of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in order to fully appreciate the little table above. In case you have forgotten these elements, here is a quick reference for you. Keep in mind that each wealth element has a yin and yang manifestation. In my later books, I will introduce this concept called the 10 gods, which provides more depth for BaZi analysis and further analyzes the wealth star as direct wealth and indirect wealth. In a man's BaZi, the wife is usually represented by the direct wealth star specifically. But to keep things simple for now, we will keep the analysis collectively to just the term wealth star. How do we analyze the wealth element? Sometimes in a BaZi chart, we may see the wealth element being clashed away. This means that the man may face the possibility of losing wealth at that particular period of time, or may face separation from his wife, or the loss of a wife. For example, in a BaZi chart with the Sin, which is yin metal daymaster, its wealth element is wood. In this chart, the wealth element is the Mao, rabbit, earthly branch. Now, remember what I keep saying about the number of elements. It's not about how many you have. A chart that is surrounded by wealth elements is not necessarily the chart of a rich person. It could be the chart of the teller who works at the bank. They are, after all, surrounded by money. It just isn't theirs. Keep reminding yourself, quality, not quantity. In BaZi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember that too many wealth elements weaken the daymaster. Let's take a look at this example. This gentleman is Sin, metal, born in Chin, dragon month. Chin, dragon, is the season of spring, when wood is the strongest. Note that although the Chin dragon earthly branch is an earth element, Chin dragon month is one of the months in the season of spring, so we view it as spring earth. In spring, naturally the strongest element is wood. Inside the spring earth Chin, there is no metal. This chart is surrounded by earth elements, which is wood. Notice the Jiark wood in the month stem is rooted in the month and the year branches of Chin dragon and Yin tiger. Perhaps at this point you might be puzzled with the term rooted. Rooted refers to an instance when the same element is found in the hidden stems underneath the earthly branches. Every earthly branch contains hidden stems. Don't worry about the technicalities of hidden stems at this stage. As you progress through this book and your knowledge of BaZi grows, you will be able to appreciate better their significance. This Sin metal daymaster is weak. The cause for this weakness? There are too many wealth elements. The wealth elements are his unfavorable elements. That is why this gentleman has trouble making ends meet and is constantly having money problems. He is surrounded by money, but it is not money that he can take in the sense of putting it in his pocket. His Sin metal daymaster is not strong enough to control the wealth element, which is wood. This also means that wood becomes a negative element. Next, take a look at the luck pillars below. This chart first goes through 30 years of fire luck. Check the earthly branches between the ages of 7 to 27. They are Z, snake, Wu, horse, and Wei, goat. These are known as the southern fire direction. This means that during the first 30 years of this gentleman's life, he is going through fire luck. This Sin metal is weak. It does not want to see the fire element because fire further weakens its strength. From our analysis, we can say that this person can expect the first 30 years of his life to be hard and difficult years. Output. Output is the term used to describe the element that is produced by the daymaster. For example, if your daymaster is wood, then your output element is fire. Why? Because wood produces fire in the 5 elements production cycle. Have a look at the quick reference table here to determine what your daymaster's output element is. What does this concept of output mean? The output element has many layers. It can represent a person's creativity, intelligence, ability to perform, ability to rise to the occasion, or it can represent a person's expressive abilities or quickness of mind. It also represents the ability to go against the norm, to achieve the extraordinary, to stand out in front of a crowd, to initiate a plan, or to execute a strategy. The output element also represents the individual's products, things he or she has created or invented. Output element, of course, also represents a person's persuasive prowess. Whether you can get your message across clearly and effectively all depends on the quality of your BaZi's output element. When you use your abilities or intelligence to produce outcomes or results at work, you are using your output element. Output enables the person to express his or her ideas effectively and productively, to get the message across, to communicate, and to persuade others. A chart where the output element is a favorable element normally belongs to people who have a strong personal drive and determination to succeed. A favorable output element may also denote that the person will be creative and have talents relating to speaking, teaching, marketing, or in performing arts like acting, singing, and dancing. Authors, musicians, directors, and scriptwriters are people who usually have beautiful output elements. When we judge the output element, we are looking at its quality. Finding one is not good enough. It needs to be of good quality, to be beautiful, to be useful to a BaZi chart. You might be wondering why I keep using the words beautiful and quality to describe the elements. This is because not every Daymaster reacts the same way to their output elements, nor do all Daymasters use their output elements equally as well. As your study of BaZi advances, you will appreciate this concept better. But for now, just remember that having a certain element, while it is a start, is not the be-all, end-all when it comes to BaZi analysis. This is a beginner's book you are holding, so I'm going slowly and steadily. Without a good output element, an individual will be gullible and an easy mark for everything ranging from schoolchildren selling raffle tickets to con men. A person with a weak or unfavorable output element may find themselves in possession of unwanted magazine subscriptions or tickets to the secretary's fundraiser ball. An unfavorable output element normally is one of the big reasons why people who should say no end up saying yes. Charts where the output element is an unfavorable element usually belong to people who have difficulties in expressing themselves. Alternatively, they will be timid individuals or people who, despite their abilities, never quite seem to get noticed or recognition for their efforts or work. An output element problem, such as a clash or combination, usually indicates a problem with staff, such as your staff being headhunted or resigning. Quick note, don't be too concerned about what the clash or combination concepts are at this point. You will learn more about them as you advance through this book. Now, let's take a look at an example of the output element here. This lady is Yi Wood, born in Yin Tiger month. Yin Tiger is the season of spring, when the wood element is the strongest. Notice also that the Wei goat earthly branch contains minor roots of wood. Most importantly, look at the time of birth. It is Si rat hour, which contains water to feed the wood day master. This Yi wood is strong and vibrant. What it needs is some output element, which is fire. Fire helps bring warmth to the cold, early spring month. Fire also brings balance to the chart, as the wood is strong and needs to be weakened a little. So the favorable element is fire, which is right next to the Daymaster. Fire in this chart is the output element, and it is a favorable element. This person's BaZi shows that she is talented, outspoken, and has the ability to learn quickly. Her talents will bring her wealth, as fire produces earth, her wealth element. This person also already has wealth elements in her chart. Notice the Wu and Ji earth inside the Yin tiger and two Wei goat earthly branches. She will eventually be very wealthy. Influence. The influence element is sometimes described as the power element in some books on 4 pillars of destiny. I think that the term power does not do justice to the concept, nor does it provide sufficient shading to the concept, which can be subtle and indirect. So I prefer to use the word influence. The influence element in BaZi is the element that controls the Daymaster. Don't be misled by the word control. It doesn't always carry a negative connotation. Control here is more like the control a mother exerts over her child. When a mother tells her child what to do and what not to do to prevent the child from growing up to be a bad person, this is not negative control. This is control in the form of guidance and supervision. Look at the chart now to determine what is the influence element for your Daymaster. What does the influence element refer to? Broadly, the influence element refers to nobility, authority, and charisma. Ever been at a function or party where one person walks into a room and suddenly all the attention just moves towards this person? Or what about people who seem to bring the sunshine with them whenever they enter a room? This is the effect of the influence element in a person's chart. The influence element also represents law and order, rules, and regulation. It makes sense. After all, rules, regulations, and laws exist to control people, correct? Imagine a world without laws. A world without traffic laws would mean that people would be driving in different directions, no traffic lights, and massive chaos. Control is the means to bring order to the world, and therefore, eliminate chaos. Hence, the influence element, the element which enables control, is important in a person's chart as it enables them to exercise self-control and behave. A favorable influence element normally denotes a person who is law-abiding, conservative, respectful, and honest. Now, like all things, we don't want too much control. Too much influence will cause the chart to become imbalanced, and the Daymaster will dislike being overly controlled. What happens when a parent over-controls their child? The child rebels. The same thing with the BaZi. If the influence element is too strong, you are looking at the BaZi of a rebel, a nonconformist, someone who defies authority or must always walk their own path in life. An unfavorable influence element usually results in a person who is radical, restless, and does not like to take orders and advice from others. Women should take special note of the influence element, as this is the element that represents the husband. The influence element is also called the husband star in a woman's BaZi. This Rern water man is born in the month of Si, Rat. Si Rat month is the winter season. In winter, the strongest element is water. So this person's Rern water Daymaster is classified as strong. Perhaps a little too strong. Rern water is the water of the river or the lake. Think pictorially now. This Rern water is not the calm lake where the waves lap gently on the banks. It's more like a torrential, gushing waterfall. What is needed to balance it? A little earth to help control and direct the water by damming it up. Earth is the influence element in this chart, and because it is needed by the Rern water Daymaster, it is a favorable element. Having decoded this person's BaZi, we can determine that this individual is someone who respects the rules, is law-abiding, is principled, righteous, and disciplined, since the influence element also represents self-control. Now, remember the influence element also represents a person's status and position. A favorable influence element denotes that the person will achieve certain ranking or certain positions in life, and or will command respect from others. Finally, the influence element also represents elegance, nobility, and charisma. Remember what I said earlier about the influence element being the element that represents a woman's husband element. Let's take a look at an example now. This woman is G, Earth, born in Yin Tiger month. It is the season of spring, when wood is the strongest element. Wood is the influence element to a G Earth person. This means that this lady's influence element is born in the season in which it is strongest. Her influence element, wood, is very strong. You will notice that I have read the chart slightly different this time. You see, You can actually, using the month's earthly branch, determine the strength of each and every one of the elements, and not just that of the daymaster. Now, this is quite an advanced concept in BaZi analysis, so if you don't quite understand how it works, don't worry. Remember, analyzing your BaZi and unveiling the destiny code is like peeling an onion. Go layer by layer. Now, what about the daymaster? This G-Earth daymaster is not weak. It has roots in the Wei, goat, which contains earth, and also the Shu, dog, in the year pillar, which also contains earth. In BaZi, if you're too weak, you don't like to be controlled. You need to be a little bit strong. This G-Earth is strong enough to be able to accept the control of the influence element. Since this G-Earth actually likes the control of the influence element, and the influence element is of good quality, this denotes that this G-Earth lady has good husband luck and will enjoy a good marriage. Resource. The resource element is the element that produces your daymaster. Since resource is the element that feeds the daymaster, it represents the person's thinking and knowledge, the person's learning ability, wisdom, thoughts, and knowledge. This element also represents a person's family background or the support from superiors. Resource also represents intuition or sixth sense. It represents help or assistance received. Individuals with good resource elements are individuals who are intelligent, who enjoy learning, and are focused on self-improvement. Individuals with resource as their unfavorable element, however, will have poor intellectual skills and probably many bad habits. If a person has too many resource elements, they are likely to be lazy and pessimistic. So, as I said before, balance is the key. You do not want too many or too little resource. As resource represents the ability to learn, so an unfavorable resource element indicates a person who doesn't like to learn. On the other hand, if a person's resource element is needed, or is one of the favorable elements in the chart, this is likely to be an individual who likes to study or learn many new things. The resource element is usually what BaZi practitioners evaluate when asked to determine if a child will excel in his or her examinations. If the resource element is in good condition, then the child will likely enjoy academic or scholastic success. What does good condition mean? This means it is supported or correctly utilized based on the entire BaZi chart. In a chart where the resource element is clashed away or is hurt by opposing heavenly stems and earthly branches, this denotes bad fortune in exams. It may also indicate that a person's mother will be ill during that period, since the resource element also represents a person's mother in his or her chart. An unfavorable resource element can also result in a person being a negative thinker. This is Ding Fire born in Hai, Pig month. Hai Pig is winter season, where the water element is the strongest. Water puts out fire. Fire needs wood to strengthen itself. So wood is regarded as favorable in this chart. Wood to a fire daymaster is the resource element. A person with resource as a favorable element will naturally like to learn a lot and pursue many academic dreams, as resource represents input or knowledge. When a person needs resource, he or she will naturally tend to be inclined towards intellectual pursuits. You could say that the person is also intelligent, as resource element represents intelligence. This person's chart indicates that he or she is also gentle and forgiving, as such are the characteristics of the resource element. Companion. The companion element is the same element as the daymaster. Look at the quick reference chart here to determine what is your companion element. As the companion element is the same element as your daymaster, it represents a person's willpower, thoughts, sense of self-esteem, self-consciousness, and self-confidence. It also represents his or her personal outlook in life, how a person perceives or feels about him or herself. Companion elements also represent friends, siblings, and rivals or competitors. Companion elements help a person have a healthy measure of personal ambition and drive to succeed. A person whose chart has good companion elements will never be lonely in life. This person will always be surrounded by friends and supporters. By contrast, a person without any companion elements or too many companion elements is likely to be solitary or always feel lonely. Having no companion elements, or having too many, creates an imbalanced chart. Now you might be wondering, how can having many companion elements result in a person being lonely? Remember, we are never concerned with quantity. We are always talking about quality. And as the section on wealth has demonstrated, many does not always denote better. In a BaZi chart, your companion elements also represent your siblings. If your companion element is unfavorable to you, you will not have good affinity with your siblings. Conversely, if your companion element is favorable, you will enjoy a good relationship with your siblings. A chart with negative or unfavorable companions elements belongs to a person with either an ego problem or low self-esteem. A quick clarification. The word or term companion here does not refer to spouse or lover. Remember, your spouse element is, if you are a man, your wealth element, and if you are a woman, your influence element. Don't let the word companion give you the wrong idea. Example. This person is a Yi wood born in the month of Yin Tiger. Yin Tiger is the spring season when the wood element is prosperous. What does prosperous mean? It's a notch up from strong. It means the wood element is very strong. You will notice that there are many wood elements or companion elements in this BaZi. Look at the month and hour pillars. There are Jiark woods in both those pillars. Notice that the Yi wood daymaster is also seated on top of a Mao rabbit, earthly branch. The Mao rabbit is yet another wood element. This person has too many companion elements, to the point that the companion element becomes an unfavorable or negative element. Why? Because strong wood doesn't need to be strengthened anymore. More wood here will cause the BaZi to become imbalanced. This person is likely to be selfish, opinionated, stubborn, and self-destructive, because these are the negative traits of the companion element. Balancing your BaZi with the 5 factors. BaZi is a study of balancing the elements. The name of the game is to look for the balancing element. Find it, name it, and think about what it relates to. Remember in the previous chapter we talked about the favorable and unfavorable elements. You need to now relate those to your 5 factors. Here's a reminder for you, with the added layer of the 5 factors. A strong daymaster favors wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A strong daymaster meaning a daymaster that is born in the right season and gets reasonably good support from its neighboring branches would normally favor meeting wealth, influence, and output elements. What does meeting mean? It means that the BaZi sees these elements in either the annual or 10-year luck pillars. So a strong daymaster meeting the wealth luck pillars will have good wealth luck, an excellent time to invest or go into business. A strong daymaster dislikes resource elements and companion elements. By contrast, the strong daymaster does not like meeting the companion element or resource element. Meeting more companion elements in the luck pillars denotes that there is a possibility of losing wealth or loss of income. Because companion element represents rivals to a strong daymaster and throws the strong daymaster off balance by making it too strong. Companions to a strong daymaster chart will fight for control over the wealth element, meaning there will be others coming in to rob your wealth. Your analysis will be different when the daymaster of the chart is weak. A weak daymaster responds and reacts differently to the other 5 elements. Weak daymaster favors companion elements and resource elements. A weak daymaster, meaning one that is not born in the right season or one that lacks surrounding elements that support or strengthen the Daymaster, needs help from companion and resource elements. This is because the companion element is the same element as the Daymaster. A weak Daymaster needs to get help from a companion who lends strength and helps establish balance. The resource element feeds and nourishes the weak Daymaster. Thus, resource element is a weak Daymaster's favorable element. In instances where the resource element is a favorable element, the person would favor studying, learning, and self-improvement, as these things are favorable to the weak Daymaster. A weak Daymaster dislikes wealth elements, influence elements, and output elements. A weak Daymaster does not favor meeting the wealth element because it is not strong enough to control the wealth element, and it also throws the entire BaZi chart off balance by weakening an already weak Daymaster. A weak Daymaster meeting the wealth element usually indicates problems involving money, or in some instances, income tax problems. A weak Daymaster also is not strong enough to withstand further control from the influence element. The influence element pressures the weak Daymaster as it tries to exert control. A weak Daymaster meeting influence element usually indicates problems with the law or authority, job-related obstacles such as problems getting promoted, or advancing or being retrenched. The weak Daymaster also does not like to meet output elements in the luck pillars because it is already weak. It does not have enough strength to produce even more. When a weak Daymaster meets an output element, it is forced to produce out, depleting its strength and again causing an imbalance in the BaZi. Situations like these normally indicate staffing problems. A weak Daymaster meeting an output element may also result in arguments or disputes that arise out of accidentally saying the wrong thing or offending someone. Working out the favorable and unfavorable elements. It is very important that you must first determine the strength of the Daymaster. Then you will be able to determine what elements the chart favors and what it does not favor. From this, you can derive what type of luck is the person going through in which particular point in time, or what kind of obstacles the person is likely to face during certain luck pillars. Determining the strength of the Daymaster is a very complex form of analysis with many layers and subtleties. However, it is always the month branch that gives you the bulk of the information. In later books, I will discuss concepts such as about the roots and formation when it comes to the strength of the pillars. But at the beginner level, focus your attention on determining the strength of the Daymaster, determining your favorable and unfavorable elements, and corresponding these to your 5 factors. Chapter 8. Will I be rich? My email inbox is constantly inundated with emails from many individuals who are often desperate to know when they will be rich, and not just rich, but millionaires. Now, of course, money and wealth are not everything in this world, but it is an important consideration for many people today. One of the reasons why the "when will I be rich" question is difficult to answer in BaZi is because the meaning of rich or wealthy is difficult to define. How much money is enough? Or how much is a lot? Indeed, how much is too much? Donald Trump once remarked that when he owed hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to the banks at one point in his life, he considered the beggar who had $2 in his begging bowl more rich than him. It's all about context. Unfortunately, and I must disappoint some readers with this statement, your BaZi is not read like a bank statement. It does not tell you how much money you will have in exact figures or net worth. Instead, what a BaZi chart tells you is whether or not you have the capacity to amass great wealth, and whether or not this wealth will last or will simply be a flash in a pan. How do you judge your wealth capacity? Usually, a BaZi practitioner will first look at the BaZi and determine if the wealth element is present. If the wealth element is not present, you already start out with a disadvantage, money-wise, in life. Assuming that the wealth element is present, the next thing we have to evaluate is whether the wealth element is strong or weak. Even if the wealth element is strong, we still want to check your luck cycle to determine if you are going through good luck, thus allowing you to capitalize on your wealth potential, or even better, going through wealth luck. Now, it's not enough to just be able to make it. The famous rap artist MC Hammer managed to make over $30 million a year and lose it all in that same year. So, we must also look at whether a person will be able to hang on to this wealth, or will they make it and lose it just as quickly? Finally, we need to look at issues of personality and career. You have to enter the right career in order to maximize your wealth potential, but you also need the right personality and attitude to amass the wealth. You can have all the wealth potential in the world, but being a lazy bum isn't going to help you get rich. Let's take each of these issues one at a time. Evaluating the wealth element. The wealth element in your BaZi chart is the element that your daymaster controls. For example, for a metal person, his wealth is wood. For a water person, his wealth is fire. So first and foremost, identify what is the wealth element in your chart. Now, after you have identified your wealth element, you need to determine if your daymaster can actually exert control over your wealth element or not. What do I mean by this? You see, the daymaster must be strong enough to exert control over the wealth element. If your daymaster is weak, then it cannot effectively control the wealth element. This is the essence of understanding and interpreting the wealth capacity of a chart. Take a look at the following two examples. One BaZi chart belongs to a rich man, and the other BaZi chart belongs to a guy who can barely make ends meet. This man is Yi Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox month is considered winter season. In this chart, water is hidden inside Cho Ox and inside Chin Dragon. This is an advanced concept called the hidden stems. While the Cho Ox is dominated by the earth element, when we are looking at the month pillar, we are interested in looking at the season of birth first. We know that Cho Ox is the winter season, and in winter, the water element is strong. Now, as water produces wood, we can conclude that wood is strong. So this Yi Wood Daymaster is quite strong. Now you might be wondering, isn't Cho Ox the earth element? And since wood controls earth, this weakens wood's chi. So shouldn't this wood be weak? The answer is because Cho Ox is, in this chart, the month of birth. That is why you need to consider the season and not just the earth element. The Cho Ox belongs to the winter season, and that is why the water element is considered strong. The earth in this chart, which is the wealth element for Yi Wood, is not weak either. Can you see that there are a number of earth elements in the earthly branches? Look in the Cho, Ox, Chin, Dragon, and Shu, Dog. Do you see how the earth element penetrates to the heavenly stem? And what does this concept of penetrate to heavenly stem mean? It means that the same element appears on both the heavenly stem and earth branch. In BaZi, this means the element is strong because from the branch, it pierces all the way to heaven. The element is very dominant and strong. So we can conclude that the daymaster and wealth element are strong. This means that this Yi Wood can control the earth element, its wealth star. So we can conclude that this person has the potential to become rich. What makes this BaZi chart stand out is the being fire in the hour pillar. Being fire, as explained in previous chapters, is the fire of the sun. Now let me introduce yet another advanced concept of BaZi called Tiao Hao, regulating the climate. The temperature of this chart is cold. I say that because this person was born in the Cho ox month, which is the winter season. And in winter, it's cold. A BaZi chart should be warm and comfortable. Otherwise, the elements will not foster growth, and there will be no liveliness in the chart. So what this chart needs is a little bit of warmth to help the Yi wood grow. That is exactly what the Bing fire in his hour pillar supplies. Bing fire, in case you have forgotten, is the fire of the sun. Hence, this person is able to become wealthy because he is able to use both fire and earth well. Now, in our second example, this person could hardly make ends meet most of his life. Let's find out why. He is Gung metal, born in the High Pig month. High Pig month is the winter season, when water element is the strongest. Take a look at the other characters in his BaZi chart. Do you also see the two Z rat characters? These are water branches. Observe the heavenly stems. Notice the two Kuei water heavenly stems on the top, one on the month and the other on the hour pillar. In this chart, we have water penetrating to the heavenly stems from the branch, so we know that water element is very strong in this chart. In fact, it's too strong and has the effect of weakening the metal daymaster, as it has to produce too much water. In the advanced BaZi, this is called metal sinking in water. So, this person's Gung daymaster is in fact weak. What about his wealth element? Metal controls wood, so this person's wealth element is wood. You will notice that there is only one wood element, hidden inside the High Pig and the Wei goat. Now, wood cannot grow if water is too strong, because when the water is too strong, it floods the chart and flushes away the wood. Remember my previous emphasis on the importance of balance in the BaZi? Too much of any element is not a good thing. In this chart, we can see how that is the case. Even though water grows wood, too much of water will only uproot and flush the wood away. So this person's wealth element is also considered weak. If a person's daymaster is weak and the wealth element is also weak, it is very unlikely that the person can become wealthy. Many beginners make the mistake of counting how many wealth elements they have in their charts. This method of reading charts is wrong. It is always the quality of an element, never the quantity, that matters. So when you evaluate the wealth element in your own chart, don't get carried away with counting the number of wealth elements. The key is to find out the quality of the wealth element, that is, its strength, or whether it penetrates to the heavenly stem, and not count the number of elements only. Choosing the right career. Ladies are most afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are most afraid of choosing the wrong career. Chinese saying. Imagine this. Bill Gates, instead of going into the software business, went into the business of selling watches. He would probably still have gotten rich, but perhaps not quite to the extent of having a global empire. Choosing the right career is an extremely important factor when it comes to wealth. It's one thing to have a rich man's chart. This simply tells you that in your lifetime, you will have money. But how rich you will be depends on how well you chose your career to match your life path. In other words, you need to go into the right field in order to make the money that you're destined to have. Entering the wrong field, even if you have the capacity to make money, is like asking Michael Jordan to play tennis. It just doesn't happen. The Chinese have an old saying, every field comes with a hero, meaning there's always someone that makes it in every field. However, remember the capacity in each field is different. A person selling lunch boxes or chicken rice would probably need to sell 1 million meals to make $1 million, something an expert bond or stock market trader can make in a few minutes. In the course of my travels and consultations all over the world, I have encountered many instances of individuals who entered a field that did not suit them, but they persisted with it because it was the best choice at that time. At the same time, I have also met individuals who have consciously made it a point to move into a field that was suitable to them. Despite some initial adjustments, they later found that their decisions, which sometimes were very difficult and painful at first, have led them to a bigger playing field and increased their sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in life. However, one can safely say that if you at least choose the right field, you have a major advantage over others who don't. It is always better to go with the flow than to work against the odds. There are fields of work with elements that suit you, while there are those that would make your work a permanent uphill climb all the time. So, a wise choice goes a long way. Choosing career based on your BaZi. Using BaZi to help someone select a suitable career could be a subject of an entire book in itself. The variations are infinite because every individual and his or her BaZi chart is unique. Hence, for the purposes of this section, we're going to keep it simple and just use the 5 elements to help guide you on the question of a suitable career. Before we get started, remember, your best career field may not necessarily refer to the element of your daymaster. That is just one method of looking at career choices. A better technique is to examine your suitable career fields based on your favorable element or elements. Remember how in earlier chapters, I showed you the ways to establish your favorable and unfavorable elements? Based on your favorable elements, you can establish the relevant industry that you will excel or do well in, or will invariably be drawn to. For example, if your favorable element is fire, then you should select the fields that are related to the fire element. If your favorable element is water, then you would do better in the water element related industry. Conversely, it is inadvisable to enter the fields related to your unfavorable elements. Generally, in the study of BaZi, an individual's achievements and performance in life would be limited at best, fruitless at worst, if he chose to enter a career field that is unfavorable to his BaZi. Entering a field of work that is represented by your unfavorable or negative element can disadvantage you significantly, not to mention the fact that most of the time, you will probably feel dissatisfied and unfulfilled with your life. So what careers relate to each of the 5 elements? Here is a general guide. Fire industry. Fire in the study of the 5 elements represents exuberance, beauty, mannerisms, and politeness. It also represents advancement and illumination. Fields in the service industry are usually fire-related. If you are in the business of making others beautiful, such as cosmetics, beauty products, you are in a fire-related industry. Pilots, air hosts, and hostesses are doing fire-related jobs. Why? Fire chi rises to the top, and water chi flows to the bottom. A plane uses fuel and flies in the sky, so it is of a fire element. Computers and electronics and all items that use electricity are related to fire. So if you sell computers and gadgets, you are in a fire business. If you are in an industry that relates to petrol, oil lamps, lighting, then these are all related to the fire element and thus are fire industry fields. Water fields. All mobile or moving businesses are related to water. So if you are in transportation, career, or tourism businesses, you are involved in a water-related field. Any business that involves or requires the use of water, such as raising fishes, supplying mineral water, or filtering water, is also part of the water business. Water also relates to wisdom and intelligence, so if your work involves thinking, creativity, or innovation, you are in a water field. If you are involved in strategic planning and your job entails a lot of analysis, you are also in a water field. If you are working in a hygiene company, in a laundromat, or the cleaning industry, you are also in a water-related field. Earth occupations. The most obvious example of an earth occupation is real estate. If you buy and sell houses or if you sell land, you are in the earth element business. If you are involved in the building materials, minerals, stonecraft industry, then you are also involved in an earth-related industry. If you sell tiles and marble or engage in a business which is involved in these items, you are also involved in an earth element industry. Antique dealers and art dealers are regarded as involved in earth-related industries, since these involve objects that last throughout time. Earth also relates to trustworthiness in the study of the 5 elements. If your work relates to selling trust and a sense of security, such as healing and insurance, then you are in an earth element related business. Metal jobs. Metal represents justice and righteousness in the study of the 5 elements. Thus, people in the armed forces, in the police force, and in the legal profession usually belong to the metal element industry. Many people think that if they work with metal objects like televisions or computers, they are in a metal element line, but this is not correct. Television, computers, and other electronic items that require electricity and energy to function belong to the fire element. Metal fields include goldsmiths, coin collection, pewter industry, grills and aluminum, and selling automobiles. Metal also represents finance. If you have a lot of metal in your chart, you will be attracted to the finance, banking, or stock trading industry. If metal is favorable for you, then it means that you will do well in these fields. If metal is unfavorable for you, you will dread to be in the industry, but you probably have no choice but to continue in this line. Woodwork. In the study of the 5 elements, wood relates to growth and progress. So jobs that involve teaching or helping others to succeed are jobs that involve the use of wood. Obvious examples of the wood industry are timber, plantation, furniture, or goods made from wood. Businesses that are seasonal in nature, such as fashion design or the clothing business, are also related to wood. If your work involves creating, inventing, or designing, you are also in the wood business. Defining your industry. Gone are the days when people were farmers or soldiers or fishermen or traders. Job descriptions have evolved, as have the types of jobs around. The marketing manager is a relatively recent incarnation, much like the chief information officer or CIO. Most jobs nowadays involve more than one of the 5 elements, what BaZi practitioners call mixed elements industries. The trick is to identify the main element of the industry. Take, for example, the hair salon business. What element is that? Hair, in the study of the 5 elements, relates to wood, so it is a wood industry. But the hair salon offers haircuts, which involves the use of scissors, which are metal. So, the hair salon business involves wood and metal. But what if you work as a marketing executive for a company that deals in hairstyling products, such as Vidal Sassoon? You don't cut hair. You don't even touch hair. Are you still in the wood metal industry? In advanced BaZi, a practitioner looks not just at the suitable field for a person to enter, but what role they should play in it. This is done using a concept in BaZi known as the 10 gods. So, using our earlier example of the marketing executive for hairstyling products, this person is in a wood field using his or her hurting officer star. Luck periods for wealth. So you have wealth elements in your chart and you're in the right career to ensure you can maximize that wealth potential. Why then is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow still not visible? They say opportunity only knocks once, and perhaps in BaZi, this might be true. People imagine that they need 20, maybe 30 years of good luck in order to amass wealth. Not true. Sometimes, all you need is one good 10-year block. And if you work hard and go all out during those 10 years, you may just be able to fulfill that wish of retiring to the Bahamas. Having the potential and capacity for wealth in your BaZi is one thing, you still need to time your actions correctly. You have to know when is your prime time and when is your downtime, and act appropriately. Knowing when to take action is as important as knowing what to do. The idea in BaZi is to go with the flow and not against the tides. Of course, there are those that say that we should live our life with a little sense of adventure. True, life wouldn't be fun if everything was predictable or predicted, but knowing when is the best time to take advantage of opportunities doesn't take the fun out of life. It's just the wise thing to do. That is why there are so many forecasts out there each year. There are financial specialists who forecast the performance of share markets every year. Then there's the weatherman who tells us when to bring our raincoats. And of course, we have our geologists who are supposed to forecast for us the earthquakes and tsunamis. Are forecasts a bad thing? I don't think so. It helps us plan and prepare. BaZi is a similar forecast tool to help us shape and run our lives better. By knowing what to expect and then being able to make the best of the situation, you take advantage of your BaZi's potential and minimize any negative effects. This chart belongs to a gentleman with a Ding Fire Daymaster. From the chart, we can tell that he is a weak Ding Fire because he is Ding Fire born in the Yu Rooster month. Yu Rooster month is autumn season, when fire is weak. In case you have forgotten why fire in the autumn season is weak, go back for the quick recap. Also, there are too many metal elements in this chart. There are Gung and Sin metals flanking the Daymasters left and right. In the day and hour branches, the Cho ox, which is earth, and the Si rat, which is water, both weaken the Ding Daymaster. What does this mean? It means that while this person's Daymaster, which is fire, is weak, the strength of his wealth element, which is metal, is very strong. So this gentleman is not super rich, but clearly he has the potential to be wealthy. All he needs is, yes, the right type of luck. So let's take a look at his luck pillars. What does Ding Fire need to make itself stronger so that it can control the already strong metal wealth element? Wood, of course. Between the ages of 58 to 77, this gentleman will go through 20 years of wood luck. Thus, he can expect to experience much wealth later in life. He can also seek to maximize his wealth potential during the ages of 38 to 47, when he goes through strong fire luck. During these years, he will enjoy wealth through partnerships, which will be successful. Why partnerships? The fire element to a Ding Fire person is the companion element. Since fire is a favorable element to this chart, he can use fire, meaning he can have partners in business and create wealth through partnerships. This gentleman will most likely amass his wealth through joint ventures or working together in partnership with others during those 20 years. But his real wealth luck comes in during wood luck years, because wood directly strengthens his Ding Fire, and the wealth that he can acquire during these years will not have to be shared, so to speak, with anyone. Easy come, easy go. One or two silly mistakes can in some instances literally cost a fortune. I've had clients who have lost their entire fortunes due to mishaps. If making money is about making sure that you seize the opportunities when your luck is good, then keeping your money is recognizing the times when you may experience a loss of wealth and staying away from anything too risky during those periods. The key to guarding against mishaps related to wealth is to look for elements that will cause imbalance to the BaZi chart. In particular, imbalance which relates to your ability to control your wealth element, or something which results in the removal of your wealth element. I will introduce one of the easiest and certain methods of recognizing this scenario. It is one of the earthly branch relationships called the 6 clashes, or Liu Chong. 6 clashes is a BaZi term for a type of relationship between the elements. There are 6 different types of clashing relationships, hence the term 6 clashes. A clash between the earthly branches denotes an opposing force between one earth branch with another. It usually results in the removal of an element. Here is a table of the 6 clashes. It is useful to commit this table into memory because this principle can be used for other types of BaZi analysis besides wealth analysis. Now let's see what the effect of a clash is when it comes to matters of money. This Daymaster is Wu Earth. Wu Earth's wealth element is water. In this particular BaZi, the wealth element of water can be found inside the Sea Rat branch in the year pillar. When this person enters the Wu Horse luck pillar in his destiny, the Wu Horse will clash with Sea Rat. This clash will clash away his wealth element. This indicates loss of wealth since the wealth element is being clashed away, which means that when this person enters the Wu Horse luck pillar, he or she will encounter problems with money. Should you advise him to make major investments in this period of his life? Or should you advise him to lay low and keep a low profile, perhaps save up for the rainy day? Remember, BaZi is all about taking the right action during the good or bad luck cycles with a view to improve your life. If one of your earthly branches is your wealth element, and it is involved in a clash in any particular year or luck pillar, then it is likely that year will be a loss of wealth year. Simple, isn't it? Let's look at another example. Rern Daymaster's wealth element is fire. The wealth element of this Rern Daymaster is located inside the Z Snake earthly branch in the year pillar. Now refer to the table of 6 clashes. You will notice that the High Pig clashes with the Z Snake. This means that during the High Pig year, this person will experience a loss of wealth. Let's look at a more complete example. This man lost a lot of money just before he reached the age of 36. Let's find out why. He is a Ding Fire born in Wu Horse month. Now Wu Horse is the height of the summer season, when fire is the strongest element. Clearly, his Ding Fire Daymaster is strong. Take a look at what is around him. There are 2 more fire elements on the month and year stems, a Bing and a Ding. This man's chart has many companion elements. Now remember, when a Daymaster is weak, then companion elements help to strengthen it. But when a Daymaster is strong, it doesn't need more companions. These companions will end up competing with the Daymaster to control the wealth element. Why? Because his Daymaster is strong, so he does not need more companion elements to make him stronger. His companion elements are therefore negative elements. When did he lose a substantial sum of money? During the ages of 26 to 35, when he was going through the luck pillar of Kui Maog, the water rabbit. What happened? Mao, rabbit, and Yu, rooster, are one of the 6 clashes in BaZi study. Remember the 6 clashes I mentioned earlier? Now, the Yu, rooster, is metal, which is the wealth element of Ding, fire. The Mao, rabbit branch of the luck pillar clashes away the Yu, rooster in the year pillar, thereby removing the wealth element from his chart. Rabbit clashes with rooster. Furthermore, the Mao, rabbit is wood, and wood in this man's chart is an unfavorable element. Why? Being a strong fire element, he does not need to be strengthened any further by a resource element. Wood strengthens fire. Thus, wood is an unfavorable element to him. Wood comes in and throws off the balance in the chart by making the already strong fire too strong, and at the same time, removing the wealth element in this chart. Hence, the loss of wealth. Are there exceptions to rule? Yes, of course there are. However, in general, whenever a clash involves a wealth branch, there is a 65 to 75% chance it will be related to loss of money. Of course, there are exceptions and one has to qualify the clash on the basis of its severity, but these are advanced methods of analysis that I will share in later books. For now, look out for these clashes in your chart. They could literally save you a fortune. Who wants to be a millionaire? Much of our world today seems to revolve around making money in the fastest, shortest possible way. Have you seen that TV show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It's a good illustration of how today We worship individuals who get rich overnight on a single stock market trade or IPO, who go from rags to riches on a TV show, who receive a windfall, as it were, from the heavens by winning the lottery. I think the question when it comes to wealth should never be if you can be a millionaire, but if you can stay a millionaire. Remember, easy come, easy go. There are people who may well be able to reap a great amount of money in a short span of time, but in the same amount of time, manage to squander it all. That is why in BaZi analysis of a person's destiny code, we look for wealth and source of wealth. Just wealth alone is not enough to ensure long-lasting financial fortunes. You need to have continuous source of wealth. So what do we look for in a BaZi that indicates a continuous source of wealth? Essentially, you also need the output element to support your wealth element. Remember the 5 elements? Well, you will notice that your output element is what creates your wealth element. If you have output, then your wealth element has support and can continue to grow. This gentleman is Jark Wood, born in Cho Ox month. Cho Ox is the winter season. In winter, the water element is strong. Water produces wood. Now notice that inside the Cho Ox and Chin Dragon, what we call the hidden stems in BaZi are roots of water. Notice that this chart also has Bing fire, which helps bring warmth to the chart. Fire is the output of wood. Fire produces earth, which is the wealth of wood. Accordingly, we can see in this chart that the output element is continuously producing the wealth element. The wealth element is supported by its source, indicating continuous growth. The Daymaster element is strong, wealth is strong, and there is perfect use of output star. This is a BaZi chart of a wealthy individual. A word on wealth and windfall. Pennies do not come from heaven. They must be earned here on earth. Margaret Thatcher. Many BaZi practitioners will tell you that in many consultations, people like to inquire about Pian Kai, or wealth from the heavens, better known as windfall gains. Usually, this relates to questions about the stock market or whether or not they can win money from gambling or the lottery. I am no expert in stockbroking. Asking any Destiny Code analyst about stockbroking is like asking a fishmonger how to write a computing program. Stock picking is an art and a special skill. There are experts in this field, and it requires much study and research. It is not that much just about luck alone. It's the same with gambling. Winning at the casino is not just about a game of luck and chance. It's a game of statistics and probability. People who win at gambling have very special charts, or at least they go through very special timing in their destiny. Not many people have such charts. BaZi analysis of a person's wealth is not about forecasting the ups and downs of the stock market, telling them what stocks to pick or whether they should buy a lottery ticket at 34. A BaZi analysis of a person's wealth is mainly about understanding his wealth amassing capacity and through what fields or work can this be maximized. BaZi is not an art specifically designed to predict trends of financial markets either. The Heavenly Star method might be a better choice for this purpose, but that's not the topic of discourse here. BaZi is an art designed mainly to assess a person's destiny, not the market's destiny. Does the market have a date of birth? Is it a male or female? You get the point? If you want to pick stocks or play the market, you need a different kind of personal chart. So what about Warren Buffett or Li Ka-shing, you might ask? Stock picking is like any other profession. It has rules, it has skills, and you need a talent for understanding the market, the complexity of the market, and read the trends. Usually in BaZi, we look for the capacity of a person with regards to what we call indirect wealth. And of course, the right luck pillars do help. You must have the correct BaZi chart, one that already has the capacity in its code, and the right supporting luck pillars in order to excel and win at the stock market or make windfall gains. In every market's rise and fall, there are those who make money and those who don't. This is because there are those who go through wealth luck and those who do not. BaZi is not specifically designed to help you gamble and make windfall profits. Though over the centuries, many people have been intrigued by the fact that there is a slight possibility that gambling can be calculated with BaZi. I do not rule out this possibility, but definitely this is not an area of my expertise at the time of writing this book, and I personally do not endorse such a practice. You can gamble for fun, but I don't think you should gamble your fortunes away. It is definitely not a wise way to live, and not a correct way to practice BaZi. Chapter 9. Prince Charming and Miss Right. All about romance. I think one of the main motivations in life for many people is to find that special someone to share their happiness and success with. Yet in this world, unfortunately, there are many who seem to succeed in everything but relationships. It is common for BaZi consultations to sometimes be just about one thing: relationships. Women, although increasingly these days men as well, usually want to know, when will I have a relationship? When will I meet Mr. or Miss Right, or that special someone? When will I get married? The Love Code. BaZi for relationships. In some respects, evaluating your relationships through BaZi is like having marriage counseling. You're trying to find the source of a problem and understand what is wrong with your relationship. The advantage of BaZi is that you can use it to not only find out why your relationship or marriage is having difficulties, but also in the process, understand yourself and your personality better, and thus, perhaps make changes to your attitude or your character that can make your relationships or marriage better. Those of us who are more romantically inclined tend to think of relationships as an everlasting, till death do us part scenario. But like all things, in BaZi and in the living world, nothing is permanent. That is not to say that you can never be happy with just one person, but that relationships, like all things in life, have their ups and downs. Passion, commitment, love are not constant in this life or in a BaZi chart. It is for this very reason that BaZi is so useful when it comes to relationship matters. View BaZi analysis as an education, offering solutions to the issues we encounter when dealing with the opposite sex. But remember also that when you are evaluating your BaZi, you need to think in an objective, unbiased way. Admittedly, this is difficult, so perhaps when it comes to evaluating relationships or marriage, get a friend to look at your chart rather than try to analyze it entirely by yourself. Often, an opinion from someone who is not deeply involved in your life can provide a different perspective regarding your specific concerns. An unbiased or independent view can sometimes be harsh, but would eventually be the real help or advice you need. When you are trapped in a love or emotional problem, it is often difficult to get out of the maze. The Chinese say, "To force, there is no happiness." Perhaps the most important thing in relationships is don't force the situation. Remember that while love and relationships are important, so is leading a happy, healthy, and vibrant life. This is a very simplified way of looking at relationships and marriage through BaZi. There are other more complicated relationships such as clashes, punishments, harms, and destructions. But as this is a beginner's text, let's keep things simple. Having said that, don't underestimate what you can discern with simple techniques of BaZi. Often, matters aren't as complicated as they appear. It is the people who complicate them. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Peach Blossom Appeal. One of the simplest ways to determine how you will fare in the game of relationships is to find out how attractive you are. The best part is you don't need a mirror for this. Ever wondered how some seemingly ugly, by objective standards, people are always the center of attention? Or some people who are not bad looking have difficulty attracting the opposite sex? Or how some politicians or artists seem to maintain their popularity despite being flawed characters? The answer is in the peach blossom. Peach blossom is a type of flower in China that is culturally associated with romance. When someone says you're going through peach blossom luck, they're in effect saying that you are having good romance luck. Peach blossom stars is the name for a certain group of earthly branches that may appear in a set of BaZi. You could call them attraction magnets. They give a person charisma, a certain mystery X factor that draws people to them, or gives them a magic touch when it comes to managing or influencing people. The reference point for the peach blossom star is the Daymaster's earthly branch, as you can see in the following diagram. Each person has an individual peach blossom star that is assigned to his or her Daymaster's earthly branch. This peach blossom can manifest in 3 ways. It appears within the 8 characters of your BaZi, or it appears in your luck pillar, or in an annual year pillar. For example, if your Daymaster's earthly branch is the yin tiger, wu horse, or shu dog, then your peach blossom star is Mao, rabbit. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is the zi snake, yu rooster, or chou ox, then your peach blossom star is wu, horse. If your Daymaster's earthly branch is shen, monkey, si, rat, or chen, dragon, then your peach blossom star is the yu, rooster. If your Daymaster earthly branch is the hai, pig, mao, rabbit, or wei, goat, then your peach blossom is the si, rat. This example shows a lady born on the Jiark Yang Wood, Shin, monkey day. Her reference would be Shin, monkey. So her peach blossom star is the yu, rooster. Check your BaZi chart now and find out which animal sign is your peach blossom star. Evaluating your peach blossom. If you have peach blossom stars, and some people have more than one, as one of the 8 characters in your BaZi chart, then you are someone who has a magic touch with relationships. This can mean that you are very attractive to the opposite sex, or both sexes, or you have a charisma that makes people want to gravitate towards you, but not necessarily in a boyfriend or girlfriend way. Politicians, movie stars, singers, or speakers usually have peach blossom stars. This is what gives them their public appeal, magnetism, and charisma. If you go through a luck pillar of your personal peach blossom star, in that 10 years, your attractiveness towards the opposite sex will increase. In the year 2005, year of Yi Yu, wood rooster, this lady born in the day of Jiark Shin, wood monkey, will meet with her personal peach blossom star. If she is still single in 2005, you can say that she will likely meet someone in the year of 2005. Using the peach blossom star method to check your attractiveness is the first and easiest way to analyze potential relationships. Of course, it is not the only way. A word of caution: having peach blossom star in your BaZi does not mean you are supermodel material. Sometimes, peach blossom stars represent a potential attractiveness. This potential will only be realized in certain periods of time based on your cycle of luck. Sometimes this comes early in life, and sometimes it doesn't come until a very old age. This is the luck factor in BaZi. Are you the marrying kind? Asian society places a great deal of importance on conformity and doing what everybody else is doing. It has become commonplace for us to define normality through our stereotypes of how people should behave, what they should do with their lives, and as far as relationships go, getting married, having 2 or 3 children, a dog, and a house. The unfortunate truth is that the determination to fit into the stereotype of normal has not had the effect of creating a more normal society. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Divorces, broken families, misfit children, or children with issues caused by their poor family background seem to be on the rise these days. When you are evaluating the issue of relationships, specifically marriage, it is important, if you wish to make full use of the knowledge that comes from BaZi, to ask yourself this one very pertinent question. Are you really the marrying kind? The truth is that as far as destiny analysis goes, some people are better off being single. While some people may find their lives improve upon marriage, others may find marriage is not all that it is cut out to be. Some people have excellent luck with relationships because their BaZi indicates they will have enjoyable and fruitful love lives. But it's also a fact that very few people have it all. What is having it all? A good love life, a good career, good wealth luck, respect, status, power, a harmonious family, well-behaved and successful children, and a good end to their life. The perfect life, hassle-free, only happiness, and no sorrow. Now, wouldn't that be ideal? But, like there is yin and yang, so the world can be incredibly unfair. All those people with good charts, and incredibly fair. No charts are forever good, or forever bad, or good in every single aspect equally. Some good-looking people flit from relationship to relationship, finding no satisfaction in any one of them. How is it the school geek seems happily married? When it comes to your destiny and relationships, some people meet their soulmate early in life, some later in life, some meet no one, and some only can admire from afar. Whatever you have in your chart or do not have in your chart, remember that it's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play the game. Finally, timing is one very important and crucial factor in BaZi. So sometimes you have to wait for your turn. Trying to win the game early, so to speak, may bring a temporary gain, but could ultimately lead to a loss. Evaluating your marriage luck. The idea of living with someone you love and sharing your success, indeed your life, together, is a very precious thing, not something that many people would turn down. And yet, you have probably heard about the guy or lady who, despite being very attractive, just keeps falling in love with the wrong person or the wrong type. Or people you know who are trapped in terrible relationships, but just don't seem to be able to get out of those relationships. You may be the marrying kind, but have you got the marriage luck? Does your destiny support your romantic or personal aspirations? There are people out there with beautiful destiny charts that give them not just the chance, but the certainty of such a life with someone special. And there are people out there with more money than they can ever spend in 2 lifetimes, trying to get out of their marriages. In the above example, we have a woman who has had a very unhappy marriage and is now divorced. What is the cause of her relationship woes? She is Rern Water, Yang Water, born in Mao Rabbit Month, which is the peak of spring. Now, wood is the strongest element in spring, and wood absorbs water, so this water daymaster is pretty weak. Her daymaster needs to be a bit stronger, which means she favors her resource and companion elements. Unfortunately, her daymaster has little support from the branches or stems in her chart. Not even the metal in the U rooster branch of her hour pillar is enough to strengthen her Rern Water daymaster. Now, ladies, remember that when your daymaster element is weak, you do not like to be controlled by another element. Thus, this weak Rern Water does not like her influence element, Earth. Quick reminder, Earth controls water in the 5-element cycle. Accordingly, Earth is now an unfavorable element for her. In the study of BaZi, for a woman, the element that controls her daymaster element is called the husband star. Thus, in the above chart, her husband star is an unfavorable element. Now, imagine if your unfavorable element is your husband element. What would you make of her relationship with her husband? The obvious answer would be bad, of course. The more she tries to force a marriage, the more the unfavorable element affects her. She has to wait for the time in her luck pillars where a certain favorable element appears to alleviate this flaw. When that time comes, her marriage or relationships will work out naturally. Decoding relationship luck through BaZi. Generally, There are two methods for evaluating a person's marriage luck: evaluating the spouse palace, evaluating the quality of the wealth element for men, or influence element for women. Using these two methods, we are trying to ascertain if this person will have a good or bad relationship with their spouse, but also whether marriage is favorable or unfavorable. This is also sometimes used to evaluate if early or late marriage is preferable for a person. The spouse palace. The spouse palace represents your relationship with your spouse. This palace is located directly under your daymaster. In a majority of cases, if you have a favorable element located in your spouse palace, you will enjoy a good marriage in the sense that your relationship with your spouse will generally be good. You and your partner will enjoy your marriage to each other, have a loving relationship, and will be committed to each other. Chances are that as long as you are not an unreasonable spouse or put needless pressure on your relationship, you will have a good marriage. However, if in this palace you have an unfavorable element, then you might not feel that you would have a wonderful relationship with your spouse. This does not mean that you will not get married. It may simply mean that in the duration of the marriage, you do not feel satisfied with the relationship for some reason, or you are simply not as lovey-dovey as some couples are. So what do you do if this is the case? As commonplace and trite as the answer is, you simply have to work harder at your relationship. I do not think I am by any means saying anything revolutionary when I say that people do have to work at their relationships, marriage or otherwise. People with favorable elements in their spouse palace simply don't have to put in as much effort as those who have an unfavorable element in their spouse palace. This does not mean that they do not have to work at maintaining their relationship. For example, keeping the spark, maintaining the zing in their marriage, appreciating their other halves. You know the drill. Indeed, it may well be the case that people who do not take their marriage for granted, or know from their BaZi that their marriage luck is not so good, would do better simply because they make the effort. They go the extra mile to make their marriages work. Now, I'm sure it probably seems a bit depressing to see all these less than good marriage charts. So let's take a look at what the chart of someone with good marriage luck looks like. This is the BaZi of a lady named Mrs. Chan, who enjoys a happy marriage. Mrs. Chan is Yi Wood, born in Si Rat month, which is the winter month. In my next books on BaZi, when I cover the combinations, you will learn that Si Rat and Cho Ox is known as a half-winter directional combination. This means that the water element in this chart is strong. Now, with half of winter in the chart, obviously this BaZi is also quite cold. To keep the analysis simple, this is how you read this chart at the present level. In winter, the water element is strong. Water, of course, grows wood. So we can say that wood is strong in this chart. Strong wood usually requires output to reduce the strength of the wood and to balance the chart. Wood's output is fire. Now look and see where the fire element is to be found. Smack inside her spouse palace is the Z, snake, which contains, in the hidden stems of the earthly branches, the favorable Bing, fire element. Mrs. Chan has her favorable fire element in her spouse palace. A favorable element in the spouse palace usually indicates satisfying relationship with the spouse. The untouchable palace. Every relationship has its ups and downs. Some couples argue throughout their life together but still remain together. Some couples go through huge arguments, then break up on a small issue. Some couples suddenly find after 20 years of marriage, they don't like each other. By using BaZi, you can actually try to spot or foresee these arguments and conflicts, and in some instances, stave off the breakup. Remember I asked you to memorize the 6 clashes earlier. In case you haven't committed them to memory yet, here they are again. In BaZi, a person's spouse palace is sacred. I call it the untouchable palace. Ideally, you don't want this palace to be clashed. A clash in the spouse palace usually denotes a problem associated with your relationship with your spouse. There are major clashes and minor clashes. Pay attention to major ones, such as a clash due to a luck pillar, as these are the ones that hit a relationship hard. Minor ones, such as a clash from a year pillar, are not as bad. Now let's look at an example of how to evaluate the impact of a clash in terms of relationships or marriage. This chart belongs to a G Earth lady. Her influence element, which represents her husband, is wood. When she enters the 10-year luck pillar of the U rooster, and in the year of the U rooster within those 10 years, a serious threat to her relationship can be expected. Why? Because U, rooster, which is metal, clashes with her Mao, rabbit, which is of a wood element. This clash occurs in the Daymaster's earthly branch, which is her spouse palace. When both the luck pillar and the annual pillars pose a double whammy into the spouse palace, this normally indicates an extremely strong likelihood of a turbulent period when it comes to the marital relationship. Looking at wealth and influence. Remember in earlier chapters, I talked about the husband star and the wealth star? To the men, their wealth star represents their wife. Remember, wealth is what your Daymaster controls in the 5-element cycle, and to the women, their influence star represents their husband, since it is what controls your Daymaster in the 5-element cycle. Just a quick pointer here. The term stars here is merely a term used by a BaZi practitioner to describe what a specific element represents. Don't focus too much on the names or terms at this point. We're at the beginner's level, so keep it simple. Now, so far we have learned that if these are favorable elements to the person with regard to their Daymaster, chances are the quality of marriage for the person would be quite good. If these elements are unfavorable, these usually belong to people who have a hard time enjoying their marriage or have a bad marriage. To analyze the quality of a marriage, you also can look at the quality of the wealth or influence star, and I'll show you how to do that in the following examples. You may be curious to know, though, what does a really good marriage chart look like? One thing you must remember, BaZi readings for relationships are based on what some people may regard as a bit of an old-fashioned viewpoint on marriage and relationships. In today's world of the working career woman and the age of the house husband, the idea of what is an ideal marriage has probably changed since the time of Grand Master Xu Xiping from the 5 Dynasty era, about 1,000 years ago. Grand Master Xu Xiping is the founding father of Ziping BaZi system, the system of Chinese astrology we are using now to decode a person's destiny code. Of course, what you believe to be an ideal marriage is an individual opinion, but for now, let's focus with what BaZi considers to be the ideal marriage. I will deal with the modern view of marriage in my next book. Traditionally, a good marriage is a tall order. The woman is a good, loving wife who takes care of her husband. Her husband is reasonably rich and takes care of their children and their home. The children are reasonably successful and respectful. Finally, she will have the opportunity to see her grandchildren married before she dies. Regarding the chart on your screen now, this lady was in her 80s when she died. She was married to her husband for more than 60 years. At her funeral were her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, along with hundreds of family members and friends. This lady was Kuei Water, born in Shen Monkey Month, the autumn season where metal is the strongest. Metal produces water, so her water is reasonably strong. Now, her influence element is earth. Where is her husband's star then? Right next to her, in her month pillar. See the Wu Yang Earth in the month pillar's heavenly stem? What makes this lady's marriage luck good is that her Daymaster combines with her husband's star. In advanced BaZi, Wu and Kuei are called a heavenly stem combination. This means her husband loves her a lot. Now, her husband's star in this chart is no slouch either. He is well supported by the fire elements in her chart. Fire produces earth. So both her self-element, Kuei, and her husband's star, Wu, are reasonably balanced. What about her children? The children of Kuei are the wood element. Water produces wood, remember? In this woman's chart, wood is located right below her. Picture this, a gentle rain sprinkling down on the plants. In BaZi, this is a beautiful picture. Now, emotional state is very important for a good marriage. This woman has no clashes, harms, punishments, or destruction in her chart, indicating a stable personality and a balanced emotional state. What does a chart that indicates a bad marriage look like? Take a look here. This woman was born in 1966. She has been married twice. Presently she is single, but is in a relationship. She is Gung metal, born in the month of Wu horse, which is at the height of summer. Now look at her BaZi. You will notice that she has 2 Wu horse, so she has 2 Ding fire. Look at the hidden stems underneath these earthly branches to find the 2 Ding fire. Both these Ding fires are strong, as there is also a Bing fire heavenly stem appearing in the year pillar. This indicates the fire element is excessively strong. Now, using what I like to call the secret art of common sense, we will know that fire that is too strong will automatically hurt the Gung metal Daymaster. So, her favorable elements are metal, to strengthen the Daymaster, and water, to cool the fire. The sea rat contains Kuei, yin water, which will be helpful in cooling her chart down. It is located in her spouse palace. Unfortunately, the sea rat clashes with the Wu horse in the month pillar. Ding fire is the influence element of this Gung metal Daymaster woman and thus represents her husband's star. What causes her to have a bad marriage or bad husband luck in her life? In decoding a person's destiny, like any other science, more than one indication of a problem usually suggests that there is going to be a problem. In her case, firstly, her spouse palace has a clash. Secondly, this clash involves her husband element, fire, and her spouse palace, which is the sea, rat, earthly branch. Thirdly, fire element, which is the element that represents her husband, is her unfavorable element. Finally, you will also notice that all her 4 branches are peach blossom stars. Now remember that in BaZi, we are always striving for balance. A bit of peach blossom is good to enhance one's attractiveness, but too many peach blossom stars is not good for relationships, and especially for women, when it comes to ensuring a stable marriage. As your knowledge of BaZi increases, come back and study her chart again. You will see that this woman's relationship issues are also caused by self-punishment and destruction in the branches of her BaZi, denoting emotional instability, the main cause of her relationship woes. Giving the right love prescription. Of course, when people come for a BaZi consultation that relates to their relationship, they aren't just looking for the good news, or bad news, as it were. They want some advice. In the course of my practice of BaZi, and I have done readings both locally and overseas, the cultural context is very important. In countries and societies where divorce is commonplace, acceptable or not too difficult to undertake, you tend to get more people asking when is the right time to get a divorce, rather than whether their marriage will be good. In Asian societies, divorce is usually the last resort in terms of advice given by a BaZi practitioner. It is usually only suggested when the relationship is abusive or tormenting. This is because in Asian society, it is generally expected that couples will stay together for the sake of their children or the family, although I should add, this is changing. How do you use BaZi then to plan the decisions that relate to your relationships in the marriage? All things considered, personal happiness is at stake here for most people. Here are a few scenarios where BaZi can help you make a decision on how to handle your relationships. Waiting for the right person. Your BaZi chart may indicate that you have more than one relationship possibility, but the real relationship, the right person as it were, only comes later in life. What then do you do? If you chose the first person who comes along, there is the possibility of running the risk that when the real Miss or Mr. Right comes along, the earlier relationship runs into difficulty or problems of the third person kind. Hitting the clash. What do you do when your BaZi reveals a clash with your luck pillar and your spouse palace? When you are in a relationship, 2 to 3 bad years might seem like an eternity, much less 10 years. It is often at these points that people contemplate the path of divorce. If your BaZi tells you that your marriage is going to hit a rough patch at that point, then you can make use of that knowledge to get around the problem. Perhaps you just need to tolerate your other half more, or close an eye to some of the difficulties, or attend counseling. Perhaps your spouse or yourself may consider working overseas for a period. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Also, temporary separation through overseas work can help fulfill a BaZi chart clash in a controlled manner. Some families I know have weathered through the tough years of their relationship period, almost threatening to divorce, but didn't choose that route. Whatever it is, there is a solution at hand if you chose to take action. And since you know what is the cause of your difficulties, it would seem silly not to do something, right? It's all about the right time. If you have failed dismally in relationships or always end up picking the wrong person, it is likely that you have a certain negative element in your BaZi, especially in your spouse palace. In a majority of the cases, it's all the timing. If you're fortunate, this time of your life comes early in life. For the rest of us, this time comes a little later. For some people, a late marriage is better than an early marriage, as this will ensure their relationship with their spouse will be positive rather than unfavorable. If you know that your early years, until say 35, are likely to be unfavorable to marriage, it might seem wise not to walk up to the altar at an early age. It is wise to wait until it comes. In the meantime, try working in areas where you will achieve much better results. Work with your BaZi chart, not against it. Your time can be spent more productively doing something which has a good chance of achieving results, or that we are good at. Commitment when a person is ready. One of the situations where a marriage turns sour is when people are forced to commit to marriage when they are not ready. Sometimes this is psychological. Most of the time, it's in their BaZi. They are just not ready to take on the relationship. 1,000 mountains can be moved, but to change a person's character, it is not possible. A Chinese saying. It is often easier to move mountains than to change a person's character. The only way is to wait until that person comes to a point in life where commitment is a priority. Some people have this luck earlier in life, while some much later. Hence the need to understand and accept these factors in life. Neither party should be forced into a situation that they don't want to be in. Whose problem is it? Now, I realize this is a book about BaZi, with a little bit of feng shui thrown in, so it seems a bit odd to sound like a marriage counselor. But many people often refuse to acknowledge that sometimes their marital problems are caused by their own attitudes. In the many professional BaZi readings I've done, often I encounter clients who think the problem is with their partners or spouses, never with them. It's amazing how human nature is. Others are always wrong, and we always think or feel we are right. Men who find their wives are naggy or a pain in the butt, or who feel their marriages have lost that loving feeling, as it were, sometimes don't realize that their spouses have not changed. They have simply not kept up their end of the bargain, or not bothered with the relationship, or they have changed. Before people put the blame at the door of their spouses, they should first evaluate their own BaZi to see if perhaps the problem is them. If it's not, then you check your spouse's chart. If your influence element is what is causing your chart to be unbalanced, then it is probably your work that is putting a strain on your marriage. The answer: work harder at putting in quality time at home, even if it means you have to be a bit more organized. If your output element is dominant in your chart, your problem is likely due to your overly high standards or demanding attitude. The answer: Expect less from your spouse, and you will be happier. Admittedly, it is not easy to undertake some of these changes, easy as they seem. To change a person's attitude, indeed, approach to life is very difficult and requires a lot of effort. So you must ask yourself at the end of the day, if this relationship matters to me, what can I do? Or rather, can I do what it takes to make it work? If you believe in soulmates, and there are few of us who don't believe in the existence of someone special, someone just right for us, then let fate and destiny do its job. If your time comes, this person will come. If it is not at the right time, then focus on what the time is right for: your career, making money, personal satisfaction, personal growth. BaZi, above all, is about taking the right action at the right time, taking advantage of your luck. For some of us, missing that moment is missing the boat forever. Your next chance comes, well, in your next lifetime. For others, it may be a case of taking the boat that is going down the wrong stream or headed in the wrong direction. If you know it's not going the way you want, why jump on board? Chapter 10: The Power of BaZi. A lot has happened since we've started from Chapter 1. By now, you would have grasped the basic idea of decoding your destiny through BaZi. You have begun to understand your destiny code. You should be able to tell at this point, by reading your own chart, if you are enjoying good luck or suffering bad luck. This is achieved through the analysis of favorable and unfavorable elements. Once I taught a class, a student came up to me and said, "Okay, we've learned BaZi. We have decoded our own destiny code. Now what do we do with it?" Knowing one's destiny code through BaZi helps us understand ourselves better and enables us to make better decisions. Decisions based on our true capacity and ability. BaZi reveals to us our potential and our capabilities. Make a good use of the knowledge you have gained from your understanding of your destiny code to make informed decisions. But the essence of BaZi is in our action. It is not good enough to just know. One must make use of what one has learned and understood about oneself, then take the right action. When one has all the information that is needed to make an informed decision, the question ultimately is, what are you going to do about it? Taking action is an important follow-up to decoding your destiny. Perhaps you need to capitalize on opportunities or keep a low profile as you are in turbulent times. A change in your attitude and behavior may be needed to improve your relationships. These are some examples of the empowerment that comes with unlocking the destiny code. Fulfillment in life is sometimes about living our lives in accordance with our true identities and true selves. It's difficult to encapsulate in just one chapter what we can learn from BaZi and how we can maximize the knowledge we derive from our BaZi to help us in life. What I'd like to do in this chapter is to give you a few simple examples and illustrations of how BaZi can provide us with invaluable information that in turn can help us to make better decisions in life. Health is the greatest wealth. Look at all the health products and health equipment available in the market nowadays. Undeniably, health is the greatest concern of many people today. Many of the participants at my public seminars ask me about identifying health problems from a BaZi chart. Of course, this is never an easy question to answer. Not because it is difficult to ascertain this information from the BaZi, but because it is difficult to teach someone in a quick discussion how to figure out what are his or her potential health problems. There are so many ways to help ascertain a person's potential health problems or ailments. Let me share with you a few simple techniques for identifying health issues from a person's BaZi. One quick way of identifying health problems is by evaluating the strength of your daymaster, as we did in Chapter 6, and then finding out your unfavorable element. Your unfavorable element is likely to be your problem area or health threat. This is the case with the majority of charts. In BaZi studies, the unfavorable element is known as the Ji Shen, or the negative god. This element is usually the cause of bad fortunes, or more specifically, poor health, or certain health ailments in an individual's life. Your personal unfavorable element will determine the type of problems or the possible weak spots in your body. Here is a short, quick summary of how the elements relate to various types of health problems or parts of the body. This is the BaZi chart of a lady suffering from stomach cancer. She is Kuei water born in the Wei goat month. As Wei goat is a summer month, fire is very strong. We can also see that there are many earth elements in the earthly branches, the Wei goat and the Chou ox. Therefore, we can conclude that her chart has a lot of fire and earth. Accordingly, her Kuei water daymaster is extremely weak. Her unfavorable element is earth. We know that the earth element corresponds with the stomach region, so we can already see that her health problems are likely to relate to her stomach. What kinds of problems are related to the stomach? The Wei goat and Chou ox contain Ji earth inside, hidden stems. Earth is mud, soil, and dirt. Ji heavenly stem also represents stomach and diaphragm. What happens when you mix dirt into water? It becomes contaminated and dirty. In BaZi, contaminated water is an image of poison. In reality, this usually denotes malignancies. Hence, this suggests stomach cancer. From this example, you can see how BaZi can help us understand our potential health problems and health conditions. This allows us to plan ahead by recognizing problem areas in our health and health weaknesses, and enabling us to prepare for problems by knowing which areas will need attention when age catches up. It is extremely advantageous to have early knowledge of prospective health problems, so early treatment and appropriate medical attention can be sought. Understanding personal relationships. One of the main uses of BaZi is to help us understand our relationships with the people around us. Often, human beings behave, react, and respond differently to different people around them. Even with the same person, sometimes we behave differently. The elemental effect from the time factor, luck pillars, annual pillars, and month pillars all play a role in shaping how we relate to others at different points in our lives, or even different months of the year. By looking at the relationship between the elements in your BaZi chart, it is possible to ascertain what your relationship will be with someone or something. There are generally two important perspectives that can be used to evaluate BaZi in terms of relationships with others. The first method is to look at the pillars as palaces. This method enables you to evaluate the nature of your relationships with something, such as your career, or someone, spouse, parents, children. The second method for reading a BaZi is through the 10 gods. This is a slightly more sophisticated method that requires we delve more deeply into the 5 elements and the 10 different stars, commonly known as the 10 gods. We will focus on the palace method, which is quicker and easier to apply, in this book. In the palace method, each pillar in the BaZi represents one of the following. 1. Grandparents, extended family members. 2. Parents or superiors. 3. Spouse or home. And 4. Children or subordinates. The palace method of assessing your BaZi is the easiest and quickest way of assessing the above 4 types of relationships. Now, let's say if, in a particular luck cycle, there is a clash with the element in your month pillar. Immediately, you can ascertain that the problem might involve your relationship with your parents or your superiors. If, for example, you have an unfavorable element in your year pillar, then this indicates that your grandparents will not be very helpful to you in life, or that you do not have much affinity with them. It may also indicate a less than good family background, for example, a broken family or perhaps a dispersed family, or that you or your parents will have to be self-made, as you or your parents do not have anything inherited from your grandparents for you or your parents to gain a head start in life. If your favorable element is in your children palace, this indicates that your affinity with your children will be good. They are likely to be respectful children, or have a good relationship with you. Conversely, if you have an unfavorable element in your children palace, then this indicates that you will not have a good affinity with your children. What is affinity? It is difficult to translate this concept into English. In Chinese, it is known as yuan. Poor affinity can mean many things. It may mean separation by distance. It may mean that many obstacles or hindrances have to be overcome before you can be together. Poor affinity with your children might mean that you are separated by distance. You live in different countries. Or in especially bad cases, it may mean miscarriages or the early death of a child. In a mild case, it may simply mean that you and your child have different outlooks or perceptions about life. In extreme instances, parent and child simply cannot get along with each other. The grandparents' palace, besides representing your relationship with your grandparents, can also represent your extended family members or older family members. Your parents' palace represents not only your parents, but also your superior or boss or a mentor. Your spouse palace, besides representing your relationship with your spouse, also represents your home and living conditions. Your children palace does not only represent your children, but also your subordinates and people under your care. This is a quick and fast method to establish what your relationship or affinity with various individuals in your life will be like, using the relationship between the elements and your daymaster. This is your life. The palace method can also be used to provide a general picture of your life in 4 phases: young age, youth, middle age, and old age. Here's a quick method of checking to see if you can expect smooth sailing or rough waters through the difficult life phases. Where your favorable elements are located can tell you a lot about a person's life path. Whether they are good starters or good finishers, or bad starters but good finishers in life, all can easily be read just by looking at the position of the favorable element. If your favorable element is in your day or hour pillars, especially in the earthly branches, this indicates that the older you get, the better your life gets. This is, of course, a good sign. It is always better to have a good ending in life than to suffer a terrible fate. The Chinese believe that life should be bitter first, then sweet. So, a bad start and good finish is a blessed life. A good start and a pathetic finish is not considered good at all. Similarly, if you have unfavorable elements in your year pillar, this suggests a difficult or hard childhood. Unfavorable elements in your month pillar indicate that life truly gets better for you after 40, and that your early life might be hard, tough, or bumpy. Individuals who enjoy good fortune from young age usually have favorable elements in their year and month pillars. BaZi for crisis management. When written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One represents danger, and the other represents opportunity. John F. Kennedy. BaZi is not just about knowing the good things in life, but about bracing ourselves for the not-so-pleasant events in life. From a person's BaZi, we can anticipate the kinds of difficulties or obstacles a person may face. How do you see what kind of trouble is approaching from your BaZi? And what happens if you see trouble heading your way in BaZi? Take a look at the BaZi below. What can this person expect in the year 2004, which is the year of Jiark Shen, wood monkey? This gentleman is Kuei water born in the Shu dog month. Shu dog month is the autumn season. Metal is strong and water is reasonably strong. This is because metal produces water. That's why in the metal season, water can be strong. The gung metal beside him and the hidden water roots found in the Chou ox makes this Kuei water a strong daymaster. What element then is needed in this BaZi? Remember, our objective in BaZi is to have a balanced chart. You do not want any particular element to be too strong or too weak. The Kuei water is strong, and since this person is born in autumn, the fire element, which is this person's wealth element, is accordingly weak. Let's take the analysis a bit deeper. His daymaster is strong and it can easily control the weak fire element. But take a closer look at the chart. Don't you think the chart is a little bit cold? This chart needs a little bit more fire to help bring some warmth and life to the chart. This is called the regulating useful God selection technique, which we will explore in later books. Now, where can we find the fire needed to warm up the chart? It is found in the Ding fire, the year pillar's heavenly stem, and the hidden Bing fire, found inside the sea snake of the year pillar's earthly branch. So we can say that to this gentleman, his year pillar is extremely important to his BaZi. The arrival of the Jiark Shen year brings about two events. The Shen monkey clashes with the Yin tiger branch and the hour pillar, and combines with the Z snake in his year pillar. In BaZi, besides clashes, there are also combinations involving the earthly branches. Now, a clash or combination does not always denote trouble. How do we know if it will be trouble? By looking at what the elements that are clashed or combined represent, and what the combination itself represents. Inside the Z snake is the Daymaster Kuei, water's wealth element, Bing, fire. Now we know that the wealth element denotes wife, spouse, or girlfriend. When Shen monkey comes into combine with the Z snake is combined away. In advanced BaZi, you will learn that a combination results in something being taken away or removed. In other words, the wife, spouse, or girlfriend is removed or disappears from the picture. What compounds the situation? The fact that the Z snake and the Ding fire in the year pillar are extremely important to this person's BaZi as they help to balance his BaZi chart. It is a needed element in the chart that keeps the BaZi balanced. If they are gone, the chart could fall apart. Now, everyone has relationship troubles. The question is, will this relationship problem be a minor hassle or a tormenting pain that hurts and affects the person significantly? Yes, because the Yin tiger and Shen monkey clash is known as an emotional clash. So this is likely to be an agonizing heartbreak or relationship problem. As the Yin tiger wood element represents Kuei water's output, his thoughts and thinking, this clash disrupts his life and causes disharmony and distraction. Accordingly, for this gentleman, we can say that the Jiark Shen year is likely to bring emotional problems that affect his work, and the source of the emotional problems is a breakup with his girlfriend or spouse. As this situation is revealed in the heavenly stems, this means that it is obvious to all since it's exposed on the stems that it is emotional problems. Obvious to all here means that all his friends and people who know him will know about his problem. If the clash or combination is hidden, that means no one knows about it. Now you may be thinking, every 12 years, a monkey year rolls around. Surely this gentleman cannot expect that every 12 years there will be a breakup, right? Remember, the annual heavenly stem and the person's luck pillars also impact on the situation. So no, the next monkey year will not necessarily herald another breakup for this person yet again. Forewarned is forearmed. It's one thing to know what's going to happen, but it's another thing to deal with the situation. While BaZi can help you see what is coming, you can't always do something about the situation, unfortunately. Why? Well, you can exert all your man luck and willpower to try to avoid the situation, but sometimes that is just not enough. So, if you can't avoid or sidestep a problem, the best thing is to be mentally and psychologically prepared for it. Brace for the impact. You can't always change your destiny entirely, but you can surely soften the impact. Dealing with an obstacle, hindrance, or crisis that is coming is like getting ready for an exam. What do? You prepare. And if you are prepared, chances are you'll come out of it better than if you did not prepare yourself at all. Knowing your BaZi is like having a cheat sheet with you during your exam. You already know the questions before the test. Another analogy of BaZi is a bit like checking the weather forecast. If you know there will be showers tomorrow morning, you'd probably go out armed with an umbrella. BaZi is not at all about fortune-telling in this modern day and age. I prefer to view it as a tool that helps us prepare for events and situations and guides us on what is a suitable recourse or action to take. Here is a personal example of how BaZi can be used to avoid obstacles, hindrances, or hassles when applied properly. Last year, I was interviewed by a journalist about my teaching work in London. The interview was very cordial, and I personally thought it went very well. 2 months later, the article comes out, and the phone didn't stop ringing. The content of the article was accurate, but it also gave the impression that I was an arrogant person with a seriously inflated ego who had made certain comments that could be misconstrued as offensive or critical of others. Obviously not an ideal outcome, and did not quite reflect what I had meant in the context of our earlier interview. Now, my BaZi at that time was being affected by a very strong 7 killings or influence element. This combination indicated trouble caused by misunderstandings or miscommunications. Surprise, surprise. What would have been the solution then to this problem? In BaZi, cures come in the form of actions. In my case, knowing that my BaZi was being influenced significantly by an overly strong 7 killings element, it would probably be wise to have been very careful with the way I spoke to the journalist, or perhaps to have my secretary on hand for the interview to ensure that the wrong message was not conveyed. Action is the cure. To understand how action is the cure in BaZi, you need to have a good understanding of the 5-element cycle, as is seen in the chart here. This chart translates the 5 elements into human actions. In effect, the way to resolve or counter a problem that is revealed by your BaZi is simply to take the right action in accordance with the 5 elements. In Feng Shui, a cure involves using the forces of nature, your environment, or earth luck. In BaZi studies, it is about actions and decisions. Let's say that a chart has the problem of too much of the wealth element. Remember, having too much wealth elements in a chart is a problem because it causes imbalance in the BaZi. So what is the solution or cure? Refer to the diagram on the previous page. Based on the control cycle, what do you think controls the wealth element? The companion element, of course. The companion element helps wealth. In Chinese, we call this Bijian Feng Kai, meaning companions help share the wealth. By helping you share the wealth, they also at the same time lend your daymaster strength to control the wealth element. So, it's a win-win situation. So how do you use the companion element? The key is to find out what the companion element represents. In most cases, the companion element represents your friends, your siblings, or someone very close to you. If a person is troubled by excessive wealth element, then the advice is to seek a business partner to work with, or a sibling or friend. What if a daymaster is strong or excessively strong, and thus can control the wealth? Then these people do not need companion elements, and usually will be people who cannot participate in joint venture opportunities or business partnerships. Let's take a look at this example. This BaZi chart belongs to a male, born on September 12, 1956, in the Z snake hour. Let's start by evaluating the strength of the daymaster. This gentleman is a Rern water, born in the U rooster month. U rooster is an autumn month and is part of the metal season. In autumn, the water element is strong. The presence of a gung metal inside the shin monkey, the year pillar's earthly branch, also helps to strengthen the daymaster. So clearly, this is a strong Rern water. To a water person, fire is the wealth element. In this chart, the fire elements are pretty strong. How do we know they are strong? The ding and bing, seen on the heavenly stems, are rooted in Z, snake, and Wu, horse. In previous chapters, I talked about roots in a BaZi, which are the hidden stems. Rooted means that a particular heavenly stem has the same element in the earthly branches. When an element is rooted, it has a strong, steady, and proper foundation, like a tree has roots. An element will have a truly strong presence in a person's chart if it is not only present in the heavenly stems, but is also rooted in the earthly branches. Where the daymaster is strong and wealth element is strong, you will know that it belongs to someone who has considerable financial capacity, because the daymaster is strong enough to control the strong wealth. What makes this chart also exceptional is that there is only one visible water element, and it is a strong water element too. This means that the wealth in the chart is not shared with others. This also demonstrates how the quantity of the elements in a person's chart does not always tell the whole story. It is much more important to look at the quality of the element. Herein lies the difficulty in reading. If a person's daymaster is strong because of the presence of companions, it means there potentially will be people who share in your wealth. If, on the other hand, a person's daymaster is strong because of resource elements, then this person will not have to share his or her wealth with others, since resource will never participate in sharing of the wealth. What's the favorable element in this BaZi? The Yi wood. Why? Strong water needs to release its strength, so it is best used to produce wood. Why not choose the wealth or influence elements? This BaZi can utilize wealth and influence as well, so the trick is to pick the best favorable element. Remember, we are looking for a good flow of qi. Water producing wood, and wood then produces fire. This is the most natural and smooth flow of qi, since this follows the 5 elements production cycle to the hilt. Hence, it is best to first favor wood over all the other possible favorable elements. Now, what or who is the wood element to this person? Wood is an output element. Output represents talents, arts, and performance. In advanced studies of BaZi, the Yi wood to a Rern water daymaster is called a hurting officer. The hurting officer star represents expressive talents. Hurting officer also represents perfectionists, especially when the hurting officer is Yi wood. You may be curious about the identity of this exceptional individual. His name is Leslie Chong, a talented Hong Kong movie star and singer. Following his recent death, it was revealed that he had left behind a substantial fortune. Riding the luck with BaZi. Those who fail to plan, plan to fail. BaZi moves in luck cycles. Once the luck cycle is passed, it is over. This means your failures and hardships in the past will not repeat itself in the future. But it also means your present success will not happen again. To decide what you want in life, and to show what is preventing you from getting it, you need precise information. To take the right action, you need precise instructions. BaZi helps you plan for the future, and at the same time, learn to take action that goes with the flow. Be it laying low when luck is bad, or being aggressive and opportunistic when luck is good. BaZi helps you plan your actions appropriately. Self-improvement through BaZi. Many of us would like to improve ourselves. How else can one explain the dearth of motivational books, tapes, seminars, and life coaches, all out to help people improve their lives and take control? Yet, people are sometimes uncertain as to what changes they need to make. It's understandable. How many of us can really look at our flaws objectively, or even see our own flaws? BaZi is, in that sense, a mirror that helps reflect back to us our flaws, our weaknesses, and our strengths, thus enabling us to make improvements or changes to improve things. By understanding the elements that cause you to react or behave in a certain way, do your best to consciously change your actions and your decisions to change the way you feel about yourself, change how other people perceive you, and change the way you feel about someone. Taking the stress out of life. BaZi is also about being realistic. Yes, there are some things that you can work hard at changing or improving, but also some things which you cannot. It's good to be hopeful and optimistic, but don't be positively bluffing yourself when you place your hopes and dreams too high, to the point where it is beyond your BaZi capacity. Then you are only paving the way for disappointments. Parents will save themselves a lot of angst and heartache if they recognized their child's abilities or inabilities early on, and rather than trying to push them one way or another, guide them in the right direction. How many books are out there looking to help people find the right job or change jobs? BaZi takes the stress out of this in some respects by helping you identify not just what kind of jobs you will be good at, but what kinds of industries will attract you and what kind of positions you can excel at. I hope that by now you've gained considerable insights into the wonderful art of BaZi. It is your destiny code that reveals your life. I hope that you will be able to use BaZi to make a difference in your life and in the lives of those around you. For those who wish to continue their journey of learning beyond this book, in the next book on the Destiny Code, we will explore more techniques for analysis, concepts such as special relationships between heavenly stems and earthly branches, structures and formations, and dive deeper into how BaZi can help you determine your potential, unlock your talents and capabilities, make better decisions, and in turn, achieve fulfillment and happiness in life by living life according to what we are able, capable, born to, and destined to do and achieve. This is the beginning of your journey into the Destiny Code. This concludes BaZi, the Destiny Code, Book 1, Your Guide to the 4 Pillars of Destiny. Written by Joey Yap. Read by Audio Voices. All the best.